All right, good afternoon and welcome to the Northwest Pinball and Arcade Show 2022. We're very happy to have you back. It is now time to hear from the gentlemen at Fast Pinball. Learn, design, build, make, code, pinball. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you. Can you hear me on the mic, or am I just yelling? Oh my gosh! Pinball, what? Hello! We're Fast Pinball. I'm Brian.
Dave.
I'm Aaron.
I'm Eli.
And we make pinball. You can make pinball. We'll help you make pinball. We'll all make pinball together. This is what we do. We help you make pinball. And you know, the Northwest Pinball and Arcade Show is the homebrew pinball show. We go to lots of pinball shows all over the country. There's more homebrew and homemade pinball at this show than any other show on planet Earth. So congratulations to the folks here at the Northwest Pinball and Arcade Show. By the way, we're all from the Seattle, Tacoma, Northwest Washington area. So we're local. We have so much here in the booth, we cannot even fit it in one picture. Our slide is just a picture of us here. There's some pictures on the slide over there that might show up. Or maybe it's going out to the streams. For those watching us on the YouTube stream, thank you for watching us.
Yeah.
But let's talk about why we're here and what we're doing. Like Aaron, the Northwest Show, we're all together. We're making pinball.
Right.
What's happening, man?
This is what we live for. Like, we all sit in our garages, we trudge away on whether it's like electronics or code and all these things to create the potential to build pinball machines. Getting to these shows is a chance where you see everybody bring their projects out, show all the great things they've done with it, but then you get that camaraderie and stuff too, that like really shows like, man, I've been trudging away. You have this goal to get to a show, and that milestone of you're gonna get here with whatever you get. The progress is as far as you could get, and before you had to load it in the truck and get to the show. So coming to these shows is just great. And it's been a long break that we've had, and I think that getting here and seeing all the smiling faces, hearing all the voices that I know that are familiar, and it's a great like community experience. And pinball takes a village, and I feel like everything that we've been able to be a part of to get into these games is really shown off by what people have done with it. So that's why these shows are super great.
And like we said, so we're Fast Pinball. We make these. We make the circuit boards that go inside pinball machines. And then you take these and you make your own pinball machines. Or you update the code in an existing pinball machine. How many of you want to make a pinball machine? A thought about that might be kind of cool. That is, look around.
That's a solid crew.
You're all crazy.
You're in the right place.
This is it. How many of you have made pinball machines before? Look at these. Look at, there's hands up.
I see there's a group in the corner here.
Look at Brandon. He's in high school. I mean, you can do it. He's all, Jack, Brian, who else is back there?
Mike, right behind Jack.
Mike, Steve. Yeah, like there's people here building pinball machines. Yeah. And we can help you build pinball machines. We can help bring your dreams to life, whether you want to take an existing machine you have and just repaint it and update the code, whether you want to take an old machine and make it a new machine, whether you want to build a machine from scratch, right. Your dream theme. These machines are here. And we'll help you do it.
And if you want to see a preview of what your workspace will look like come by our booth, and you're going to see just tools and wire snippets and connectors and stuff thrown all over the place. But it's like it's where the good things happen. You know, it's come and see all the things in the booth. I mean, we're going to cruise through a bunch of topics really fast, but like to come and hang out in the booth and ask the questions, like there's no dumb questions. Like looking at something going, why do you even do this? Like that's the place to ask, because many of us have been learning like over the years. There's people that are fresh learning that would love to be the one to tell you the answer because they just learned it. So that's like the kind of community that's there for sure.
And as somebody who started his own machine more than a decade ago, let me tell you, now is the time to be doing it because there's so much support out there. There's such a great community, and you're not alone when you take up the soldering iron and the computer and start work.
And the sad part is, you know, I'm the one that makes all the hardware, but I still have I have not made a pinball machine yet. I see them all the time. I can't wait to get to the show to play them and see what everyone else is doing, but gosh, I hope one time it slows down enough that I can actually make a pinball machine. I have a lot of ideas, but...
Yeah, that is really funny because Dave and I started this together, and I've built all of 0 full pinball machines myself. But the dad in me is satisfied by seeing all of the great things that have been created with all the things that we do. So, I aspire to bring a game next year, so I'm saying that publicly. Like, I want to get a project, at least in a box that I can drag out here, so I need everybody here to hold me accountable. Jack, I see you laughing at me. I'm going to hear from you. I know this.
All right.
So.
Can I help? I want to build with you.
Dude, seriously, we got to do this.
Internet. Hello, Internet. Aaron Davis on June 4th, 2022.
Dave's going to make sure it works. But, yeah.
Committed to bringing the pinball machine to the show next year. But you walk in the main hall there. Go to the left. You see we've got 80 feet along the wall with 16 pinball machines in them. Some built completely from scratch. Like people actually build the cabinets themselves. Some where people took old machines and sanded them down and repainted them and just redid the play fields. Some where they took an existing machine and just updated the code. So depending on how deep or how real you want to make this, there's big ones, there's little ones, there's complicated ones, there's old ones, there's new ones. There's brand new companies making pinball machines with this stuff. There's lots of different ways. When you say make pinball, that can mean different things to different people. Right? One person might like doing art. One person might like doing programming. One person might like doing cabinet building. One person might like doing storytelling, lighting design, electronics. So one of you might be afraid of electricity. One of you is good with electricity. There's so many different skills involved, and you do. How do you say it? What's hard to you is easy to the person sitting next to you.
Everybody's hard part is different. So it's there's the things that you're good at, the things you're interested in doing, and the things that you don't want to do. There's somebody in your community or friends or a new friend you're going to make that actually loves that part of it. So that's why it's the expectation that you can do everything in a game. Don't make it too daunting. Do the parts you're interested in, and then there'll be somebody in the community. One of my favorite things way back was where one guy was trying to model something. I think it was Mark in City was modeling a bathtub for his Nightmare Before Christmas game, and it wasn't his skill set to whip that up. And then Michael Rourke down in Portland was like, dude, I can make that for you real quick and mail it to you. And it was just really cool to see that that one little blocking part of his project ended up coming together really cool and really easily. And it's a great way to see with the stuff you're good at that you can help somebody else at and keep their project moving. And one of the things that we're showing at the show here too for the first time is we call it our retro platform. And these are the controllers that you're going to take and put it into your existing Williams Ballet game, WPC, WPC 95, System 11. And what's really fun about that too is there's a lot of game programmers and stuff in our community up here. The ones that would love to get into making pinball, but the idea of building pinball is not the entry point. So you can take your existing game, put one of our boards in it, and play your original game for sure. It plays the original game as is. You can't even tell the difference. But then you can switch mode and write your own code. So the idea of I have a Creature from the Black Lagoon in my house, and I've always thought that the mode should be different, or I thought the risk versus reward was wrong. We'll step up, put the Mission Pinball framework in, plug in, and start writing a game. And then when the family wants to play the game, your friends are coming over, switch it back to the original one. But then you can switch it over and show your progress in your game as well. So that's a really cool thing, because I think that with all that we're doing with the electronics to make it easier to program on these ancient games, I'm really most excited about the System 11 era, where those games are so rich and so full, but the code is really shallow. So yeah, show them this board, Dave. This is awesome.
Yeah, so this is a System 11 board, and of all of the platforms, we tried to keep them all the same. WPC, the ones we support again is System 11, 89, and 95. And boy, the System 11 and all the different eras and soundboards and everything, oh my gosh, there was so much learning that we had to go and dig and find out every, how many soundboards are there, Eli? It's at least 8 or something.
The combinatorics between the CPU versions and the sound versions on System 11 get pretty out of hand pretty fast.
So I don't know what rev we're on the board. We try to take pride in not having to turn these things too many times, but because of the soundboards, I know there was at least 3 involved just to do that. But we took great pride in trying to make the boards so that they're just all plug and play, same connectors, similar positions and all that. So you just pull the board out, plug it in, like Aaron was saying, the original game will work. And then it's if you want to start at that point in time, switching out of the emulation mode, get into computer mode and start programming. There you are. It's just that simple. And it's the original game.
Yeah, to be very clear, right? So System 11, right? This is a Williams Ballet from about 1986. Then through WPC era. So any of these games out here, the Williams Ballet, midway, about mid to late 80s up through the late 90s, all those machines, we've got the different boards for the different eras, but you literally, you buy the board, it fits where the old one went in, all the plug holes line up, it's 5 minutes, unplug the old board, plug the new one in. You can sell your old one on eBay, you don't need it anymore. This board runs the ROMs of your original game. It's licensed properly through Planetary Pinball and Williams and everything. So you drop this in, and it's running your existing game you have today. It just works.
Yep.
So you don't lose your existing game. But there's a little USB port on here. You can plug in a computer, and now, as I say, hold my beer. You plug in that computer, and you can do whatever you want. What can you do in that pinball machine? Anything you want. Blink a light, push a button, make this thing move. Okay. Now this just got interesting. Because again, whether you want to take that existing game, like you've seen some of the people, some of the different projects you may have seen like in the market that do this. Like I'll find, let's look through my pictures here. Like Funhouse, Rudy's Nightmare. Have you heard of this? We've got it in our booth over there. It's like that kit, right? That you can have new code in Funhouse.
LCD screens, like all that stuff.
Yeah, that's based on this retro platform we're talking about, right? So they took our board and put a bunch of art and animators and like made a whole new Funhouse called Rudy's Nightmare. And now you can buy that as a kit, and you upgrade your machine, but plug in the board, plug in the new screen, and then when you power on the machine, it asks you, do you want to play the old classic mode? Or you want to play the new Rudy's Nightmare version of the game. And you just hold in the start button for 5 seconds to reset it, and it goes back to ask you again. So you can switch back and forth. There's a game that we're showing in our booth. We have Tales of the Arabian Nights, which is a different project by different people, where they're doing something called the Forgotten Tales. So you know Tales of the Arabian Nights, there's 7 tales in there. They wrote tales 8 through 14. So when you get bored of playing the first 7, here's the next 7. And they're using that in the platform. There's a No Good Gophers, similar kind of thing. You've got the original game, play it that way. You've got the new game. And it's cool because a lot of these kits that people make have LCD screens, but when you play the old version, it shows the dots or the segments or whatever on all that. There's one of these games that just was revealed at this show is from Anthony Van Winkle, Swords of Vengeance. You know Swords of Fury? That System 11, that was Bally? Williams?
Yeah, Williams.
He's got swords. There's actually 2 of them in the booth. Where, again, using one of these System 11 retro boards, he wrote his own code and worked with artists and animators and designers and voiceover people and recording engineers. And you can play Swords of Vengeance. But again, you plop that in there. You can play the original version or you make the new version. And all these different games or different companies are doing them, selling by different things. We are making the technology to allow you and everyone in the world to be awesome at making the pinball.
We've also developed the opportunities that, like, if you do make a game that is really great, that you think other people want to buy, like we've been working with Planetary Pinball along the way with all the women's ballet games that they control the licensing for. So the ROMs that we're running in the original games are all in the up and up. They're all approved. It's the way it should be done. But then if you do make a great game, you can build a homebrew game by yourself and play this and go nuts. But if you make something really great that you're like, I think I could sell some of these kits, it's all kind of, I call it pre-qualified. Like if it's on the platform, we know it's going to check out. We know it's going to run the original game code and emulation perfectly. For projects like this, it's a lot of work to go through and like get these things approved, test all that stuff out. So for Planetary to be able to look at a game that's already running on the platform that we've already kind of pre-qualified, all they end up having to do is make sure it meets all the licensing requirements. Has no inappropriate content in it, all the things that don't tarnish the original license brands and stuff like that. So what's really great about that is it does provide a path to legitimacy. You can make a homebrew game, put all your effort into, get some friends writing music for it, get some voice actors to jump in, create something really great, and then actually take that to a commercial release. And that was actually what was really fun about the Swords of Vengeance project that Anthony's got. This is the first time I got to play it, was here at the show, and I've been watching, we've been doing calls for months, year, or whatever it is, and we've been seeing snippets of what the artists have been working on, what the animations are that he's been working on, what the music's like, all that stuff. So this was really great to come to the show, for one, to be back out in public, playing pinball with all our friends again, but then to see this project that I've seen developing for kind of a year? It's been a while.
And for me, it was actually the first one with the System 11 platform.
Right,
so
yeah.
Someone tested 89, someone tested 95, and this poor System 11 has only been tested in my house. So I was like, oh yes, finally a game using the System 11. Thank you.
Yeah, so come and check that out. Look at all the detail that goes into this, because you got to remember too, from a programming, animation, sound standpoint, if you're making one of these conversion kit games, it's just as much work as if it was a whole original game. So you're just not building the whole box and engineering the whole playfield, but the code, animation, sound work, everything that goes into that is just as deep as anything else. So if you're wanting to like tiptoe into making pinball as a career someday, like what a great entry point. You can try that out, get a good team together, can produce some great games on an existing platform where the geometry is already solved. It shoots good, the layout's fun, stuff like that. It even leads forward to like if you want to do like a retheme of an existing game, like a game where the playfield is super fun to shoot, the theme is uninteresting. Like, you know, that's an area too that I know that Planetary is even interested in being involved in that process too. Like we set the whole process up so you can make a game, build it on your existing game, and then release that as like as a retheme kind of project too. So there's so much opportunity and so much potential that comes with a lot of these things we've had. And I think that's the part where we do so much work that's behind the scenes, building the foundations to build a lot of great things on. And this is kind of like where we're starting to show off what you can do with it. So.
And some of those early groups have suffered along with us so that you don't need to.
Yeah.
We've got all the emulation is working at this point. All the, frameworks are in place for you to jump right in with the development and not have to worry if you're going to need to update your board again next week because we revised something. So you're already ahead of the guys who've gone before.
And that's a great point. And I think we should throw a thank you out to everybody who's ever taken an early version of our hardware, put it through their motions, tried things out, swapped out different pieces along the way, tried new firmware. I mean, there's people that are definitely into being a part of the process. And like Fast Pinball thanks everybody that's ever been involved, either trying boards, loaning us games. Like we're really trying to keep our reputation of if Fast asks to borrow a game, that you should let them borrow it because maybe when you get it back, it's got some new cool things in it. And again, like there's a lot of projects that we're gonna be doing over the years that do take time where I may need to borrow your game for 2 years by the time it's done with it. But again, that gives you an excuse to put another pinball machine in. That doesn't seem like you've taken too many machines all at once. But anyways, we're really enjoying how supportive everybody's been involved with this stuff, and we couldn't do it without everyone that's shared their time, energy, resources, brought beers over just as an excuse to look around the garage and see what's getting built. So anyways, it's good stuff.
And it's the model, like you look at what happens with iPhones, where before that, how do you make a software company? You have to like make discs or something and like put them in boxes and ship them to CompUSA. Like how does that even happen? And then now with the way it works with smartphones is you make a game, you upload it, and then the credits start coming in. And the work that we're doing is similar to that for pinball. So if you have this idea for a game, like for me personally, to work on a game for like years and years and years in your own basement, only for it to live in your basement, I feel like it's kind of a letdown a little bit. Like you make this cool machine, or even if it's an old, like you've got an old Joker's machine and you want to update it to modern day, more fun code, but then if no one else can see it in the world, how do you do that? Well, with the boards, with the licensing through Planetary Pinball, with the stuff that the guys are talking about, if you make one game, we can help you with, as Aaron said, the path to legitimacy, where it can be legitimately licensed, and you can sell these kits. And as you said, the kits allow people to buy it to still play the original game, because a lot of people don't want to take a jump into a 2.0 game or a new game if they lose the original. Like I like Funhouse. I don't want to lose the ability to play Funhouse. But if I can just select the start button, if I'm playing the new one or the old one, then that becomes pretty fun.
Well, I think that's one of the things too, is that requirement of like I said, like you shouldn't lose a game by getting a new game. So we want to make sure the emulation was perfect. That's where like I'm between the guys that solve that. Between like the hardware and the software emulation tuned perfectly between it. Like you should not know the difference of whether a fast controller is running the original game or the original hardware's in there. So that's a bragging point. That's something that took a ton of work to do.
Yeah, my benchmark to sit there and prove to myself that we actually accomplished it was, I don't know how many of you people know Addams Family, but there's a part of Addams Family with that mini flipper over there that they call it thing flips. And the whole machine, since it's flipping, it has to know how to make the shot. So if you miss it, there's some switches on the other side that the machine will know whether it went into where it's supposed to, and it knows it's a little bit early or a little bit late on other things that might hit on the playfield. And so, I don't know. It's like, okay, we were doing good. Everything else is going great. And like, oh my God. So it's like, it was the bare moment. Is this going to work? And anytime you move it, there's a setting that says new location. So you basically are clearing out what it's learned about the position of the machine and how long it's going to take. So anyway, it takes a number of times. And so anyway, first time, nothing. Second time, it's missing it. Third time, missing it. Like, oh my God, when you don't have it. Fourth time, it hit it once, and then the 5th time I think it didn't, and then every other time, like 80% of the time it's hitting it, and I don't know how it could be possible, but that seemed better than what it was originally. And so anyway, oh my God, it's like, okay guys, nailed it, oh my God.
Just these little points to like
just
celebrate.
great.
Like this is awesome, yeah.
It was,
And the thing is, so again, what we're talking, this is to make sure that when you take that controller board out of your machine and put the fast board in, as I said, we want to make sure that original game plays just like it was original. We want a professional player to not know the difference as to whether it has like the old, 30-year-old green board in there or the modern fast board in there. And all that technology using the modern microprocessors and the modern capabilities, that was invented by this guy and that guy. And they worked this was their pandemic project. So they worked very hard on this.
yeah. I know I hate to say it, but we had a lot of fun during the pandemic.
It's so fun. My wife laughs about how like whenever she comes out in the garage and we're in video chat, we're just giggling and like having fun because it really is fun, Like, yeah.
And what's cool about this, so again, you put these boards in, you can still play the 1.0 original game. But the 1.0 original game is running on our board now, not the old green one, right? Our board is running the original game, and we see all the code, and we see what's happening. And now, what can we do with that that's interesting? Because how many of you kind of like mods in your machines? You don't want to admit that you spent $300 for a child's toy and bolted it into your machine, but like... We like them. They blinked. Okay, gosh, this guy, Eli, you're a mod guy from...
Yeah, I mean, the way any of you might possibly know who I am is that I did a couple of very popular mods for the Tron game, which was a micro arcade cabinet that you could install and a version of the light-up lamps that came on the limited edition, so that everybody could put those onto their Pro version. And so those even though the arcade cabinet seems fancy, it's actually about the simplest mod that's possible, and that it just plugs into power, and that's all it does. The ramp lighting hooks into the bus that goes between the CPU board and the driver board, and it spies on everything that's going on in there, and it took lots of work to get that going. But if you have a board in your machine that's running an emulated version of the original ROMs, then suddenly you have access to quite a lot of information, like which lamps are on, which switches have been hit, what's on the display, what's in RAM, what mode is active, what player is up. So suddenly you have quite a lot of free information that is available for making your mod quite a bit fancier with quite a lot less work. And so that's the next step in these boards is the expansion bus stuff.
Right.
Yeah, and this is, you put these mods in your machine, right? You know how like sometimes there's like you have to unplug this jack and plug this in, or like clamp on here. I have Roadshow. Best game ever created. Fight me. Dwight's here somewhere. Thank you, man. But Ted's. I got the mods, right? And there's like the little warning lights on top that like warning construction, and it goes to the bulldozer on front of Ted, up and down. So when you're in multi-ball mode, it's going up and down. The lights are flashing. It's cool. Well, like it also runs during ball search. Lame. Because it clamps onto the bulldozer. If the bulldozer moves, my lights are on. Well, what we're saying is like we're running the game code, even in the old games, on these boards. Look we got these little computer-looking jacks on here. They're not. This is not Ethernet. Don't plug this into your home network.
That would be RJ45 for everyone who's technical out there. Anyway, keep going.
We got the jacks on here. That data Eli's talking about, everything that's happening in the game you plug in, now the people who, you guys are making mods, all you who make mods, you plug the mod in, and it connects in there, and like Eli said, it can know everything that's happening in the game. Not just what light is on, or not just what switch is on, or what driver is firing, but like what mode is running, what position are you in? It knows like, hey, what's the grand champion score and what's your score? It knows when you surpass the grand champion. It knows when you surpass second place. It knows when your second ball is the best second ball ever. It knows when your second ball in first player just surpassed second player and you're now in the lead. What can you do with that for mods?
Yeah, That would be pretty slick.
I mean,
I was going to say, too, one of the things we can do with these things as well is we can create mods that are going to, because the important thing to remember is, like, if we're going to be running the original game code on these games as is, and new game code, we can add stuff to the games that might be like add an auto plunger to a game in a way that's not going to be hijacking a coil from the original game. So we can add that into games and add new commands that people can add in their software to call that out. So you can even modify some code like that wraps around the original game ROMs to say if we want to add a ball save to stuff. So we've really got all the building blocks to add stuff to these games in a way that's not going to mess up all your existing mods. So when we put these boards in, if you have a bunch of mods in your game already, they'll think it's the original controller and everything will be fine. But as we add new addressable content, new addressable pieces that plug in, like if you had, say, we've got a board that we're using for like adding an auto plunger. If you add that in the system and plug it into the expansion bus, the system knows it's there. So if you wrote some game code that was saying if there's an auto plunger, when the ball's sitting there to kick it out, fire it out automatically. But if it's not there, present on the screen that says, hey, plunge the ball I just kicked out for you. So we can really add some intelligence to these mods that are not just going to, it's going to allow the programmers to do some really elegant solutions, adding some really cool things to even existing games. The expansion bus is cool.
And also, you don't have to be the programmer in this case, right? If you want to make mods using this platform, you can. Or you can just wait for other people to do it, and then you can buy the mods that do that. So you can also go to your favorite.
Give people the idea, like, you know what you should make? Like, oh,
yeah,
really? Right
go
on.
to your favorite mod maker, and have them build on this platform. And then even if you're not doing a whole additional conversion game, it's just taking that board out, plugging the new one in. You can sell the old one on eBay, which cuts the price of the new one in half, because those old original boards are becoming more and more rare. Mm-hmm. That WPC ASIC, for the technical folks in this audience, is going to be about the most valuable chip in this building in the next year or two. Sell that on eBay, and now you've got this enhancement.
Subsidizes the whole cost of adding these other things.
Yeah, one of the worst things when we're kind of trying to do the emulation is the GI. Oh my gosh, the GI, if anyone knows the hardware out there, essentially there's a zero crossing that happens on the AC, and it's a time thing to, how bright are they going to be based on how much of the cycle it's going to use. And so when we're doing the emulation, it's like, this doesn't make any sense to try to emulate this. We can add way more shades. I don't know, someone will have to help me out. It's either 8 or 16 shades that the original games had, but I wanted to overdo this. So we have 256 shades that you can do. If you're making a 2.0 game, there's 256 shades now, right? But it's like, we didn't want to do this weird, how do we get this data out of the original? Yeah. So Eli's in there sniffing RAM and showing me there's only 5 bytes of RAM. That's right? 5 bytes that you sent me?
The GI is, if that.
Yeah, if that.
I think there's only 3 controlled on most of the generations and a couple of non-controlled.
So what he's doing is, while he's emulating this game, he goes and sniffs RAM, and he tells me what that GI is supposed to be doing on the playfield. And we run it through a conversion table, because, oh my God, we got 256, and we only need 8 or 16. And anyway, oh my gosh, it's beautiful. Yeah. And the other thing doing it this way, because of the way we're doing it so fast, is that you turn on a vacuum cleaner on near some old machines, like your power sag for a minute, your lights flicker on your original machine. But it doesn't do it on ours, because if it's missing, we fake those cycles and stuff like that to try to sit there and keep the lights from doing weird things. Anyway, I love it. If you ever want to see a demo of some cool lights, come check out the booth.
They come vacuum his shop, and it'll show you how it works really good.
So all of this stuff, which is funny, because if you look at any of our shops, it's clear that none of us have operated a vacuum in there in decades. But everything we're talking about is for these existing games, right? All these games that we all know and love. But that's just like half the story. We have what we call our modern platform also. And the modern platform is if you want to build a brand new pinball machine from scratch, now you're not using these older technologies and older driver boards with everything in the back box. Now you can use modern, distributed, microprocessor-based technologies. It's all the same platform in the back end, so everything we do, there's different forms that it comes out, right? You can put in an old game, or we have our boards we'll show you over there for our modern platforms for brand new pinball machines. And this is, we'll talk about more of this and show off some of the projects that we're doing. This is, for example, if you look at the Fathom, which is in our booth right now. So you may have heard of Haggis Pinball in Australia. They created this new Fathom machine. So that's a brand new Fathom. There's an old Fathom, original from 1981, on the floor. And you can come to see the new one. It's shiny. And it's cool because this Fathom is a completely brand new machine built from scratch from Haggis Pinball. You open the back box, it's empty. I don't mean there's not much in it. I mean it's empty.
Yeah.
It's modern technology, and in this Fathom that Haggis has created, again, you can flip and play the original Haggis from 1981, or flip and play the 2022 version of Fathom. If you know Fathom, where in the original one, you're the diver trying to escape from the mermaids, sort of trying to attack you. In the Fathom Revisited, you're the mermaids going after the diver. Beautiful light show. There's a projector on the floor that projects all the lights around and everything. But you can open that up and see a modern pinball machine built on the modern platform. And so you'll see that commercial manufacturers such as Haggis who are using this technology platform to build their machines. And that's great. And there's companies doing this, and you buy the machines, and that's cool. But what's really fun with this is the homebrew world. So the homebrew, again, homebrew pinball these are people who are building their own pinball machines. We talked earlier about people writing their own code for existing machines, but now we're talking about people like literally building pinball machines from scratch. And you already thought pinball was pretty nerdy. And you already thought then that writing your own code for pinball was pretty nerdy. Well, now just like raise that nerd bar and build your own pinball machine.
Pinball nerds are so cool.
And again, in the audience, again, show hands. Just look around. Like there's 3-4 people right here today who have done this. You can raise higher. That we're gonna go there, talk
if
to
you've
them.
done more than one, raise 2 hands. I mean,
Talk
we've got
to
people
them.
who've made multiples of games here.
Yeah. And we'll call some people out, right? It's like Led Zeppelin from Steve. Are you here, Steve? Steve Condis.
I think he's writing code.
His Led Zeppelin. If you show a picture of Led Zeppelin again, just sort of zoom in, that is a stairway to heaven. It's an escalator. The ball, you see that little stairway in the middle? The balls, there's magnets in the stairs. The balls stack up there, and then it starts, and the stairs move the balls up to the upper playfield. Like when you make your own pinball machines, whatever craziness exists in your head, you put onto the playfield and create that world under glass. And it starts, we were talking to them yesterday. It starts, you get a piece of plywood, you drill some holes, bolt some flippers in, and you start. In Steve's game, he doesn't have any lights yet. There's not a lot of code, but it's working, it's flipping. You can open it up, you can go play it.
Yeah, and he drove up from Utah to bring it up here and hang out. So, I mean, like, high five to that. That's just great to have that time together in person. So, yeah.
And he's also documenting this entire journey on YouTube, too, which is just fantastic. I mean, I don't have a lot of time, spare time to watch stuff, but I've been watching all his videos and stuff. And, I mean, I guess it's inspiring me to maybe build my machine one day, but it's been great watching his whole journey because he's also showing all the problems he's ran into. I think he's probably on his 4th playfield cut, and hopefully by watching those, I won't make the same mistakes that he maybe made. But it's like, man, I love what he's done. It's fantastic.
Different mistakes to make.
Yeah, right.
Another machine that is over there next to that is this is the retheme of a Baby Pac-Man. This is Brendan's machine, who's back there in the audience, and I just want to point out that, like I said, Brendan's been working on pinball. He's a good, very, very good pinball player, much better than me, I'll tell you that. It was a school. It started as a school project for 8th grade graduation, and he's been doing it for a couple of years. It's flippable. It's playable. I was playing it last night. It's super fun, and it's sort of a space theme. And this is the machine that he built, and it's cool. He doesn't have a lot of room for pinballs, so it's a Baby Pac-Man sized machine. I mean, you can really make it work with the space you have. So like,
well, wasn't there a suggestion for pinball bunk beds, like? Lift your bed up and build pinball.
Oh yeah, we didn't talk about that yet, Brendan. But we are brainstorming
We're working on a
full-size
solution
machine.
to get more pinball going in your house.
Lift the bed, and underneath is a workshop. Another machine that's a homebrew that is based on our modern platform that's over there in the booth is Fight Club from Mike Becker back there.
So cool.
This machine, holy moly. You go and look at it. Go look at it after this talk. I mean, the 3D printing, the toys, the lights, it is light show galore. And I think, we were talking yesterday, Mike, and he's like, I like a lot of lights. Hey, guess what? You like a lot of lights. You make the machine, you put a lot of lights in it. LEDs are cheap. You can make a lot of lights, the light shows. It's a very fun game. phenomenal.
The sound is great. Like my favorite sound thing right now, that I was telling Mike, like the way the slings work and the way that sound that it uses when it triggers the slings works into the whole soundscape. That's my favorite thing right now.
And he's got more hardware in there than a Twilight Zone.
Yeah. And check out the bar doors. That's my favorite. I mean, it looks like a bar that you would want to go into. It's like I'm jealous that Pinball gets to go through there and I can't. But I mean, this is one of the reasons I wanted to come to the show. I mean, I've been following this for the last couple of years. He's been building it, and it's just like I've had the honor to talk to him a couple times on the phone. Little issues here and there, but man, I tell you, it's like as soon as I saw it first, I'm going to play this right now. And it did not disappoint. It was awesome.
And like we said, there's a few more machines to look at, but it's rare. I mean, some people do everything themselves. Sometimes you have a group of 2 or 3 people, because you might have one person who likes the woodworking and building things, and they'll build the cabinet and bend the metal and that kind of stuff. Maybe someone else is more into computers and electronics and does the programming. Someone else likes to do art, and they do the drawings for the screen and the playfield animations. And so you can sort of collect together people. There's some people in our group. One person needs some custom LED boards designed, and someone else in our group says, I can help you do that, and they get them designed. So everyone kind of helps out with what they're good at and what they enjoy doing. Yeah. And it's a community effort. And it's really fun to see, especially because a lot of this stuff can be done remotely, not just with the times when a lot of us are spending more time at home, but just, we've got people in our group from all over the world. Everyone who buys any fast pinball controller boards can join our Slack community, and we've got a lot of channels in there and people talking about how to do this, how to do lighting, how to build, how to do all this kind of stuff. And so we're all kind of there hanging out. And it kind of follows the sun around the world. Someone's always awake at some hour in Slack to help out with the question or help them do what they're trying to do.
Yeah, sure.
Some of these other fun machines. How about this Mass Effect? Another Anthony Van Winkle. Anthony, I see it back there. Anthony Van Winkle, he's got 4 machines, 3 different projects that he's done. And the Mass Effect game is this is the one that is the Game of Thrones.
Like kind of a retheme, yeah.
A retheme. It's a Game of Thrones playfield using the modern platform. He wrote just the new code for that. And by the way, the code for these things, I'm going to put you all on the spot again. Like everyone who's built a pinball machine here, there's 4, 5, 6 people. Look around at these hands. How many of you would say you're not programmers? Okay, you don't have to raise your hand. But there's this, even for the code, there's a project, it's called Mission Pinball Framework. It's this open source pinball framework project. And you can get started by downloading, installing, and using some configuration files to say, here's a light, here's a flipper, when I push this button, make this flipper go, play this sound. And you can work your way through it. And you build it up little by little by little. But there's a whole bunch of the 16 or so machines in our booth, probably half of them are using this Mission Pinball thing. It's open source, it's free, it is maintained by a bunch of people, and people are sort of helping each other out and that sort of thing. So even if you don't feel like you're good at programming or even know how to program a pinball machine, this walks you through it. And on the Mission Pinball website, there's a lot of documentation. On the Fast Pinball website, we've got tutorials, and we kind of walk you through getting started. So you really can take small steps, right? Like I think it was someone in the videos yesterday said, hey, the first step is really just get a piece of plywood, bolt some flippers to it, plug in a controller, push a button, and it flips. And then it's just small steps, small steps, small steps from there. Now you might take 1 million small steps over 5 years, but really it's just a series of very small steps.
We shouldn't skip over the point that like Brian started the Mission Pinball Framework and put in bazillion hours into it and has really enabled a lot of us to do a lot of really cool things in pinball. Plus, he's a documentation madman, so anything that you ever see about Mission Pinball or Fast Pinball and it's legible and logical and teaches you something, that's all what he does. So that makes everything that we do and work on and get excited about like actually like something you can actually sit in and work on. So thank you for being insane with documentation.
Well, yeah, and this is the system working. Like this Mission Pinball thing, I created originally, and then this guy Jan started helping, this guy Quinn, then Anthony back there. Like all these folks have spent hundreds or thousands of hours to sort of make this framework better. Like the idea is, like every pinball machine needs like a ball save feature. Right. So like one person writes that once and puts it in this Mission Pinball Framework, and now everyone can have ball save in their machine. So it's kind of like the collective Borg all getting smarter with this stuff. And so, sure, I kicked off this Mission Pinball framework project, 8 years ago, but it is what it is now because of all these other pinball nerds who have taken that and built and built and built. Yeah. And the same with documentation.
And even if you're an anti-Python snob, like I happen to be, I go and look at their documentation. I go and look at how Mission Pinball has done stuff. Because there's such great documentation, and the code is all commented, and people have done amazing work on it. So it's a wonderful resource, even if you're not personally using it to develop in.
Yeah, it's a guide to solving all the things that pinball needs, and it says this is why you did it this way. This is why we solved it this way. Like it really makes pinball into a paint by numbers kind of thing. Nobody wants to sit around and solve like ball finds or player management or matches and stuff like that. Like it's already built into it. You just tune up the results and make the experience what you want it to be, but all the building blocks are there. So someday I'll totally make a game with it.
No.
Next year is what I'm
Not
hearing.
someday. Everyone wins. Aaron Davis next year.
We'll do it, man. We got to do it.
And by the way, this Mission Pinball for that Haggis machine, or that Fathom, there's also Celts out on the floor. These are both running that Mission Pinball framework. So this same free framework you can use on your machines is also running commercial pinball machines that are taking money out in location. So it is, and same with the Fast Pinball platform is in commercial machines. So everything you have access to in your house is the same platform that the professionals use to build their stuff. And again, so that allows you, if you build that one machine and you're like, I want to get 500 of these made. And you can focus on pinball and not become a job like an IT person. That was me. There's a path to that. But I was going to say on the documentation also, I spent 28 years as an IT person before I switched to do pinball full time. And as an IT person, I was doing a lot of technical writing. And I like writing. It's next best thing to talking. And so I wrote lots of documentation for Mission Pinball and documentation for Fast. And the reason I mention that is I said it's the system working because much like creating a pinball machine is a collective where there's different hobbies and skills, and you do the ones that you want to do and you're interested in, and you find people to do what they're interested in. We are all different in what we love and what we enjoy. Like, I love writing technical documentation. I really, really do. And so here, like, I don't have a good vision for the future. Like, what's the pinball looking like in 10 years? Like, more lights? But you talk to Aaron, he's got the whole view of how that all should work. All this electronics, every little thing on here does something important. I don't know what any of it is. This guy does. All the code, this guy does, right? Like, I'm so excited that my role here is I get to take what they do and just write about it and share it with people. Dave loves that he can build this and Eli puts code on it and I write about it. Eli loves that I write about it and Dave makes the hardware and he does that. Aaron loves that he can have this vision and we build it. Like, it's the system working.
What I love is I hate documentation. All the notes I've ever created was like engineering notes. So someone else that knows what's going on can hopefully make stuff work. And so now what's awesome is I just get interviewed now by this guy, and next thing it's a document. I even know how it works. So it's like, it's fantastic. I love this relationship. So.
And all the fonts are perfect and everything lines up just right, like it really does take a lot of like the madness of what we've worked on so much for so long and presents it really well to the people who aren't like sitting here listening to us gushing about it. Like someone can take the docs, hand it to the people that they're working with, and actually like have that experience be professional. Like it really took away the biggest black eye that we had was like, if only your documentation could be better. And he took all our random Google Docs and text files and stuff all over the place, and boom, it looks awesome. We look really professional.
And I mean, it's what's great about it too with the documentation is that lets you dip your toe in a little bit without any real commitment, right? You can go to fastpinball.com, click on the docs, in the menu, and you can see our documentation site. And there's tutorials on there. You can see, hey, if you bought one of our controllers or one of our starter packs, you can read through the tutorial about how to connect it and how to do this and how to get a light blinking. You can read through. We have guides for wiring pinball machines, right? Because pinball, I mean, it's voltage and electricity, and we want to make sure that everyone builds their machines in ways that are safe, and we have guides for that. So here's here's what kind of wire you use. Here's why you use this wire. Here's how you connect it. Here's how you wire up flippers, and here's how you wire up your lights, and all these different components. So you can read all those tutorials even before you buy something, and just see how it works. Yeah. That Mission Pinball framework we talked about, that software that's free, you can download it even if you don't have a real pinball machine. You can run it just by itself, not connected to a real machine. You can build your game, you can make your configurations. There's little tools you can use to actually see it and see lights blinking. I mean, it's on your computer screen, but then by the time you get the real hardware, you plug it in. Actually, that Mark in City, the guy who made the Nightmare Before Christmas, he did his whole game sort of in software ahead of time just to kind of test it out and make it working before he started making anything physical. So you can really, even if you just think this might be interesting, you can start reading the documentation, see the communities online, and just see if that's something that it sounds appealing.
Yeah. Or you can just come and hang out in the booth and watch us giggle about everything and point at everything that's fun, and that's part of it too.
Another thing, by the way, our booth, as I said, you walk in there, it's all along that left wall. The very first thing you'll see in our booth is these guys. So Steve, Rick, and Dan from DR Game Systems. They're friends of ours where they have machines in their booth that they built from scratch. These guys have like CNC machines for cutting wood and wood panels and like 3D printers and large format prints, all of the prints and posters for printing, like cabinet stickers, metal, all the stuff you need, like custom, they do that.
Yeah,
and
all the banners and stuff in our booth are all things they put together for us. So, I mean, it all looks great.
So it's kind of like, oh, I want to build a pinball machine, but I don't want to build a pinball cabinet from scratch. These folks make that. They can flat pack it, so you bring it home in your Toyota and assemble it like IKEA furniture. They can do the stickers for the side of your cabinet, right? They can do the translate, all these kinds of things. Like, as we, as a community of pinball makers, are learning what's needed, we find people who are good at doing different things. So that's the thing. You don't have to be good at everything. You will naturally be good at the things that you're interested in doing. And then there are people who are good at the things you don't want to do who are in the community.
Yeah.
And this is really a global thing. Everyone here at the show that's in our booth and around us is generally within the Pacific Northwest area. Steve came from Utah. Jacob came from Idaho. We've got folks around from Oregon, Washington. But there's folks on the East Coast. There's folks in Texas. There's folks everywhere doing this kind of thing.
Yeah, Europe, Australia, everywhere. It's amazing.
It really is. It really is.
And if there are people that know how to do things that could work in pinball, you can also lure them in. Show a cool project to do, Like we got our first show that we did that was not a pinball show was at the Museum of History and Industry up in Seattle, and we were invited to come down and kind of put on an exhibit. And so we went in there, we made some little laser cut wood pinball machines that people could assemble and stuff. But the people that came in were talking to us were like young engineers that don't really know pinball, but when you look at it, it's like, solenoids and magnets and switches and lights flashing. I mean, it's a STEM class in a box. Like, this is awesome, So it was very fun to see that people who don't play pinball and know pinball look at it as like a cool engineering feat or a fun project or some big kinetic toy. So again, there's been people that we've kind of lured into as like just having good skills applicable to pinball who are now hooked on pinball and making pinball. So, keep an eye out for them,
And you get you think about where you can use pinball mechanisms in the world, in the real world, not inside a pinball machine. I have a friend, I used to live in San Francisco, and he built a doorbell that was like a solenoid with a habit trail that shot the ball through the air and hit a gong, and then it fell down a bucket and rolled back through. It's pinball, it's the pinball mechanisms, it's a little fast board, and that's his doorbell now. He's a mechanical artist, you could probably guess, right? Look him up at Burning Man. But it's things like that, right? Like once you get these skills, and these are things anyone can do. I mean, Aaron, our visionary guy, if you see him in the booth, he's using a microscope and a hot air gun, like soldering and building boards. I mean, he learned that from Dave.
From Dave.
Yeah.
Everything I know about electronics came from this guy. So.
And I mean, these are all skills that can be learned. And so if you want to learn things, you can do it. If not, there's people around you that can do this.
And I've been teaching my kids how to do this stuff. So I mean, like my son Henry, he's got Fusion 360 out. He's 3D modeling stuff. He gets to use our 3D printers as long as he does the things that we need. And so it's been fun to be able to, like, I need a piece of plastic that I can use to wedge into this and hold these PCBs up and stuff like that. So it is a cool thing to see, and to watch him pull Fusion up and start making models and things like that. It's like we had to upgrade from the EDU license that he had to a commercial license because now we're selling things that he's made. He actually like started making earrings, frog earrings that were very popular in the librarian scene. So I let him like keep making and selling earrings using our tools and stuff like that, because when I need him to do his chores, to like build some things and model some stuff for us, it's worked out super well for us. And he gets to sit around and build cool things with what we've got around, and he's great to have around. And it's not child labor when it's your own kid, you know, so it's okay.
I just love also that it's very easy to make custom T-shirts nowadays, because I really feel like he needs a T-shirt that says like, I'm a big deal in the librarian scene. Look, we got like 10 minutes left in this talk. Obviously 2 days left in the show. We want to show, like, pinball is real. It's mechanical, it's visceral. The reason it's a thing is because we all live in our screens and our iPhones, and you see a pinball machine, and you touch it, and you shake it, and you feel it, right? Yep. This is something that it cannot be experienced elsewhere. So us talking about pinball machines and making pinball machines, go put your hands on the pinball machines that people are making. Yeah. And imagine how you can make that yourself. It is possible. There's a pathway to do it. The hard problems have been solved. There will be more challenges in puzzle making. You like Sudoku or Wordle? Have we got some fun projects for you? But I do want to say, we've got about 10 minutes left in this talk. I don't know if any of you have any questions on anything at all. If so, please raise a hand, step up to the mic. Feel free to ask any questions on any topic or anything that we haven't asked yet. I'll wait. If not, yes.
Maybe you could repeat it. Do you document just the Python, or do you also document the API use?
Okay, so the question is, do you document just the Python, or do you also document the API that you use? A couple of things. So the Mission Pinball Framework, that open source thing, that's written in the computer language called Python. If you're a Python programmer, you'll probably have a mix of Python code and these configuration files for your game, all documented. However, you don't have to. Those commercial machines from Haggis, Celts, and Fathom, not a single line of custom Python in there. They did all that configuration file to do their entire machines. That's all documented, as well as the whole API for the Python interface, all documented. For fast pinball, all of our boards, a computer talks to them via USB. It's actually a serial port that gets emulated. So you do not, none of our boards require drivers. There's no drivers, there's no libraries. You plug the USB into your computer, and a virtual serial port or a couple of virtual serial ports pop up. You send it ASCII commands. It'll send you switch information, turn this light on, fire this coil, configure this, et cetera, et cetera. Even for configurations, like you set a configuration into the board for like a quick action, like I want this button to be a flipper. So when it goes in, the flipper pulses for so many milliseconds. When I let go, it turns off. All that's happening in the microprocessors on the board, and you're sending commands to program and configure them. So if you like Linux, why did I start with that? If you like Mac, if you like Raspberry Pi, if you like Arduino, if you like Windows, whatever you're using, you can talk to any of the fast pinball hardware. The new stuff, the old stuff, doesn't matter. Anything that can talk serial. I have a Texas Instruments TI 994A. Aging myself, that's my first computer. We haven't done this yet, but I really want to make it work. We have to slow our boards down to talk 300 baud, but I want to make that happen.
Dude, I made a basic JavaScript pinball interface that was, I used a browser plugin that can make a serial connection, and that's all it took. I had some JavaScript code that was moving things around on the screen, but then also controlling the hardware directly. And again, just anything that can make a high-speed serial connection can run our system.
Yeah, I have demos. I'll sit there. If you come by the booth, I will show you coil firing. Yeah. The API as a documentation. That's what it is. If you type in a few characters in ASCII, send it down to the board, it's going to keep doing that action until you tell it to do otherwise.
So if that is interesting, Dave has a whole routine. You light up segment displays, fire coils. Come and see it. It's definitely worth it.
And docs.fastpinball.com it's called the Fast Serial Protocol. That's all referenced there, and you can dig in and go nuts. Yes. So the question is about the retro platform, and the question specifically is, can the new game code interact with the old game code? And the answer is it's complicated. So the old game code, was written for the 6809 30 years ago. So that's sort of, it is what it is. Now with this mod stuff, this expansion board bus we're talking about, with that emulation that runs that, which Eli wrote, I'll let you talk about this. This is where you can peer into it and see what it's doing and do fun things.
I just wondered if there's triggers you can jump and cause new game code functions.
Are there triggers where you can jump from the old code and trigger new game functions?
Let's, Eli, why don't you address it from the software standpoint, but I want to come back and address it from the hardware standpoint, because it's kind of interesting. There's two different ways to answer this question.
Yes, if you're willing to do some work. I don't know if you're familiar with the old game cheats that you could get on your Nintendo or something. Basically, the code's there. We can give you the information about everything that's going on, what's in every value of RAM, what the code is doing. It's not necessarily easy to say, okay, I want to replace a subroutine in that code.
It's a simple question. Are the code images separate and unknown to each other, or can you trigger?
The question is, are the code images separate and unknown to each other?
Yes, they report state. They can report state back and forth. You can change the memory of the emulated game, but you cannot,
You're basically writing some 6809 code if you want to get too crazy. But there's another answer to this, because I love this part. Anytime I take my laptop and plug it into a new machine I've never seen before, the lamp matrix, we're controlling all these things. And there's simple commands on all the machines on how this works. So it doesn't matter. System 11, 8995. When you're talking like lamp matrix and triggering all the components of the machine, which my favorite one is a soundboard, because it's like, yes, that is all triggers, right? So I loved going through and start playing all the different sounds that the machine has, because a lot of times I'll find like, oh my God, there's like 15 of them that never made it in the game. And some of these are cool, like my Twilight Zone. I couldn't believe how many sounds were never played in the real game. And so, I don't know, I really love that. And it's like, if you wanted to use all the original sound assets in the game to mess around with, man, that's all right there. And you can do it. And so, just think of your blank slate being anything in that machine I can control. And to make my new game, it would have to be the original sounds, unless you're going to get creative, right? Or go put a pie in there and make your own sounds. But man, what a good starting point. It is fun.
And I'd say, too, another thing to think about is like, the pinball is not that complex from a code standpoint, so sometimes the work it would take to augment the existing game code to do what you want could be better achieved by recreating it in new code and then exploding on from there to do more with it. So I think that it all matters into where you're putting the effort, because sometimes the new foundation gives you infinite possibilities, where the other one you're just kind of shoehorning this in over and over again. So
Like Haggis with Fathom, once you have the assets, also the code is kind of not super complicated, especially in these older games. Mm-hmm. So for Haggis with that Fathom, when you play the Fathom in classic mode, they just wrote that in MPF configs, because it was, you did it in a weekend. Again, they had all the sounds that they licensed through Planetary and everything, so it's just easier for them to implement. You laugh. I mean, it's a 1981 machine, okay? Like,
we could probably do it right here together.
I'm not
just
even
kind of sat around and wrote it up. Like, I bet we could do it. I knew all the rules to creating the rules.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If you knew all the rules, if you have all the assets already there, ready to go, and it's just like linking things together. And again, like the hard low-level stuff Mission Pinball framework handles already, right? Like implementing ball search, implementing that's all that code is written. So it's just like building blocks to use. We got like 2 minutes left, so we can maybe sneak in one more question if anyone has anything. Yes.
I guess this is for Dave. Is it possible, are you going to be able to do like a White Star emulator of the System 11 do that? And also, now that Sam is kind of out for a while and not being
Why don't you repeat the question?
The question is, okay, so basically, the question is, we now are doing these retro boards for System 11, WPC 89, WPC 95. Are there other retro boards in our future? White Star, SAM, all these other old machines. Is there a future for do we see these boards come out with those platforms?
And it's a really good question. I mean, the way that the platform is written, the way we've done the hardware, it would be no problem doing it. But at the same time, I don't know anything about these markets because most of my games are Williams games, and so it was really easy. I had all of them there. I don't have a White Star game, but I don't know if one day one ends up in my garage. Like maybe it's that borrowed game.
If you have a game that you want us to tinker with, just drop it off.
Technically,
it may just happen.
Technically, it's possible.
Yeah.
Everything we're doing with the Williams Ballet Midway is licensed properly through Planetary Pinball. It just comes down to licensing and, is that license available? Does it make sense? That sort of thing. From a technology standpoint, nothing. This is all possible.
But I love the System 11 because all of the 8995 still relies on a lot of boards. We don't have the drivers on there. Those drivers are still available. There's no reason for us to make those, right? But on the System 11, we had to do everything. And it's like, our forebearers, they did great on some things, right? I didn't like a relay on my board. So you don't see there's no relay on this board anymore. I didn't want to have this mechanical component on here, right? But when you look at all the machines that have like switch matrices, lamp matrices, and all that, there's a lot of commonality between the machines. So I love this board for a lot of reasons because if you wanted to make an old school machine or maybe even take a System 7 or 9, update it, there's enough connectors on here and stuff, you can do it. And
we have 20 seconds left. I got to cut you off right there. In the door, turn left, fastpinball.com. Thank you for all the people building pinball machines who brought them here. Thank you for coming and watching.
Thank you for coming.
Go build pinball!
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks again, guys. Really do appreciate it. Check them out. I have a Funhouse Rudy's Revenge. It is a nightmare. It's amazing. Go check it out. The next seminar in this area will be at 2 p.m. Audio for Interactive Pinball 2.0 with David Thiel. He's the sound designer for Alien, Jersey Jacks, Pirates of the Caribbean, AC/DC, Iron Man, and The Hobbit. So we hope to see you. See you in 30 minutes.
And replace these old memories when your heart agrees. Starts to feel what nobody sees. The words are tied to my tongue. I fought for their freedom, but nobody will. Is sweet enough to keep me high. I need your love to get me by. But I can try to say goodbye. To say goodbye. To say goodbye. Bring me back in your bed. Yeah, I'm lost and numb, cold to the touch. I pretend like I don't remember your name. Every masterpiece turns to blasphemy. When I close my eyes, yeah, I still see your face. We were the thunder and the lightning, burning fire that started from the spark. I was fishing just to watch you twirl. It was us against the world. You were the rain falling on my skin. Yeah, I was dying where you pulled me in. I was your rebel and you were my girl. It was us against the world. It was us against the world. It Yeah, I'm paying gray, all dust and fade. When I call for you, all I hear back is pain. Every song must end, even diamonds fade. When the darkness comes, I count up my mistakes. We were the thunder and the lightning, burn fire started from the spark. I would spend it just to watch you twirl. It was us against the world. You were the rain falling on my skin. Yeah, I was dying when you pulled me in. I was your rebel and you were my girl. It was us against the world.
You don't wanna see me with it.
If you hear my voice, we're 5 minutes away from David Thiel's presentation over here in the seminar area. Just follow the voice. Come on over. Hope to see you. We start at 2 o'clock.
They just turn them all on.
Hello and good afternoon, and welcome to the Northwest Pinball and Arcade Show 2022. We're really happy to have you back here, and it's my pleasure to introduce you Mr. David Thiel and his presentation, Audio for Interactive Pinball 2.0. David.
That was the sound check. And that was a little noodle that I wrote. I get new synthesizers all the time, and sometimes I'm inspired to make something that's not associated with the project. And that was one of them, so I wanted to share that. That picture reminds me to thank everybody involved in this show for putting on this show. I want everybody to put your hands together for the committee that puts on this show. It's not about me, it's about them. Fantastic. It was not easy. I know the president. He told me it wasn't easy. Now it's been 4 years since I talked at this show. See, they invite me to come here a lot because I'm cheap, primarily. And the last time I was here, so for those of you not good with acronyms, that's Jersey Jack, Pinballs, Pirates of the Caribbean. The second time I've done it. The first time I did it with Dwight, and he's right here. And hopefully I'll never do it again. But it's been 4 years, right? Wow. Now, it's been 6 years since I gave one of these things, like a full hour. And at Christmas time in 2020, in December, I made this bold prognostication. Now, I know you can't read it, but I'll just summarize. Happy holidays to everybody. It's been a while since the machine that was being manufactured that had audio in it by DDT, that's me. 2021 promises to be different. Without going into details, there will be 4 pinballs that I've provided the audio package for from 4 different manufacturers. I said that at Christmas 2021, and like an idiot, I posted that on Facebook. There will be 4 pins. Son of a bitch. Okay, this did not happen. And this is a theme in my talk, Life Consulting in Plague Time. Now, on the bright side, I'm 50 pounds lighter than I was a year ago right now. And I say that because a lot of people came up to me and asked me, did you do that on purpose? Yeah, I did that on purpose. I wasn't sick or anything. I know I'm old, but that didn't happen. But the last few years have been a little challenging, and that's a sound, that's when you kill Ned from a game I've worked on, but I thought it went well with that guy's picture on the poster. So what happened? Well, here we are, force majeure. If you ever sign a contract for anything, you always run into this French term, and it sends me off, to the dictionary because I want to know what I'm signing. And it's an event or an effect that cannot be reasonably anticipated or controlled. Well, I think we're getting in the neighborhood of what's happened in the last few years. So, now, is there anybody here that doesn't know anything about Deep Root? Oh, I was afraid of that. Is there anybody here who would not like to hear about this? Okay, well, to summarize, Deep Root was a company created by a guy who had access to money. He was a lawyer and a pinball fan, and he wanted to revolutionize pinball. So he's from Texas. He created a company in San Antonio, Texas. But I put up force majeure, right? And it's not what you think. The only reason I bring this up is because the effect that I couldn't control or anything was I live on a slope in Redmond, Washington, and in 2017 we had record rains in February, and my slope moved. And so you're looking at, that's a foundation cave. That shouldn't be there. That's underneath the footing for my house. That's bad. And so to fix that cost a lot of money that the insurance company doesn't touch because, well, they don't touch stuff caused by soil movement unless it's sudden, like an earthquake. So that's why force majeure, well, I don't want to get ahead of myself. So I got a call from Dennis who said, there's this stuff going on in Texas, and it's really cool, and you ought to come down and check it out, because they need a sound guy. And sounded promising. Dennis, Dennis Nordman, everybody knows who Dennis is, right? Whitewater and such. Barry Ausler, legendary, needing to get back into pinball. I mean, he tried with Highway. He did 3 designs with Highway, and none of them got made. Poor Barry. And then John Norris, a guy, very talented guy from Gottlieb/Premier, right? And so this was interesting. So I flew down to Texas. I saw many things that convinced me, and they were going to pay me a lot of money. So I did this. Now, for those of you who know something about Deep Root, not that long ago, the SEC, the Securities Commission, came and shut the whole thing down because Robert created his money with an investment fund, the Deep Root Investment Fund, and he basically invested the money of Deep Root Investment Fund in his pinball venture, which was bleeding money. And he burned through, it depends who you ask, but somewhere between $40 and $60 million. So that's why this is mildly interesting to the pinball community, because clearly it's the biggest financial malfeasance ever involved, associated with pinball. Now, I can't get into any more details than this because I signed a 5-year NDA, and that's not going to not be in effect until like October of next year. But I have read a lot of things. I mean, there's 6,000 posts on the Deep Root thing on Pinside. And there's a lot of speculation for people who don't know that this was just always a scam, that nobody could be this inept. Trust me, they were. They were all soldiering on. There were 100 people hired, working. It was an earnest effort from all the employees that were hired. They were really, really, really trying to do what Deep Root was supposed to do. But force majeure and the plague and the bad weather and anything else is not an excuse for what happened to Deep Root. I would argue that it was basically crushing inexperience. There were people like myself and Dennis and John and Barry who had experience, but only Barry was in San Antonio. And if you know Barry, he's incredibly productive, but not the kind of guy who goes outside his office and tries to steer the ship in the right direction or tell the emperor he has no pants on. Okay, so that's the amount of Deep Root stuff that I'm willing to do, except that I wanted to share some of the work that I did. I worked with Deep Root for 3 years. And normally in my career, that would be at least 5, maybe 6 pinball audio packages. And you haven't heard any of them. Well, you will today. You're going to hear little bits and snatches of some of the work that I did. And unfortunately, this is the only place you're ever going to hear it. And the most mature product that I worked on was involved in this notion. It was a project that somebody whose name I hesitate to mention created for a company called Zidware, and Deep Root inherited this because the owner of the company thought it was a good idea. But the rest of us got tasked with making this a great pinball machine, and we tried.
Martians are invading the Earth! Led by the villainous warmonger Ned.
So evil.
But the rebellious Martian princess Angela has other plans.
Invasion is stupid.
With the gravity drive sabotage, the saucers plummet. Hurtling toward Adventureland, an amusement park built around a defunct nuclear power plant that happens to be on top of a graveyard.
Of course.
The crash releases a wave of latent xenon gas, reviving the dead and letting them run amok. And chases control of the zombie army with new plans to take over the world. It's terror and mayhem in Frisbees, Atomic Zombie Adventureland.
So, you know, if you were trying to scam $40 million, would you make that? I mean, why bother? It doesn't make any sense. So, this was in part supposed to be a pinball sound design talk, version 2.0. So let's talk about sound design a little bit within the context of Deep Root. And this is basic stuff. You know, the game exists, there are game rules, and things happen in the game. You hit a target, you go through a lane, events occur, right? And the way I think it should be done is that there's a sound system which hides all the complexity that exists in making sound for all those game events, and they exist in a sound system, which is a subsystem of software somehow, and that's where I work. Because I don't just make sounds. I'm not just a pretty face. No, I code. So I code behavior. I do a dynamic mix, and I make groups of sounds. There's a lot of things that I do so that the programmer, well, so I don't have to ask the programmer to do it. Now, there are about 2,000 sound assets in Raza. So that's the complexity part of it, which I'm trying to hide from the programmer because I don't want him having to ride hurdle over all that. And so the sound events that I expose back to him for game events, there's about 500 of those, and it's easier for him to deal with, or her. The thing that was different at Deep Root was that where I did my work was in Fmod. Now, that's a picture of Fmod's interface. It's a sound design thing. It's a library, sound design library created in Australia by a company that's existed for more than 10 years. A lot of companies use it, like big AAA video game companies, Disney and 2K and Microsoft and stuff like that. I wouldn't say it was overkill for pinball, and it was great. It wasn't my decision. Imagine that. That was another problem. But, let's move on. So, like most things at Deep Root, Fmod is not usually the way this works. When I work with other clients, there is something vaguely like a sound system, but it typically has been written by some game programmer who's a very sharp programmer who grudgingly writes something to handle the sounds and provides a way for me to code that behavior, usually in a text file or something. And maybe there's an audition tool or something, you know. We get the work done. But Fmod, it was fun, and it was very powerful. So I tried some things with Deep Root projects that I normally wouldn't, it was too hard to do on other platforms.
Net Attack Multi-Ball!
So I'm going to use this as an example of one of the things I did. Net Attack Multi-Ball was an event where you do jackpots, and then you have to hit another shot, hit an orbit, flashing red orbit to requalify so you can make more jackpots. And you alternate back and forth between that. So it's good for the player to know what they're trying to do. Are they trying to shoot for Ned, who's a little target going back and forth like this at the top of the playfield, or should they be shooting for the orbit shot? So we have dynamic music, which helps reinforce which state you're in. So I took a piece of music and I horizontally decomposed it, meaning I just broke it into 3 layers.
Net Attack!
Wrong. Right. So that's the first layer. That always plays.
Bring it, Earth Weasel!
That's Ned. And that animation plays when Ned is up, and he's the shot you should be shooting for. It's playing on the back glass display. And the target's underneath him. After you hit him, oh, no, okay. So that deep voice, that's Ned. And that helps reinforce that's what you should be doing. If you hit Ned, then you're on a search to find Ned, and you hit the orbit shots. Okay, now I'm going to put all this together. Simple example. This simplifies it hopefully for the programmer, because all he has to do to change states is he changes a variable from 0 to 1. So 0 when Ned's up, 1 when we're looking for Ned.
Ned, attack! Multi-ball! I'm out of here! Back in the fight!
Okay, now part of the sound design for this is a high traffic area. As long as you can keep multi-ball going, you're going to be going back and forth between these two states a lot. And in fact, they have a video game concept of a strength bar, and if you take him all the way down, you've finished the mode for a big bunch of points and stuff. So to keep it from A, becoming boring, and B, to reinforce the fact that every time you do it, you get more points, there's a progressive sound effect that is used with some call-outs that Ned responds to having been hit.
I'm out of here! Strategic cowardly escape! You win this time, but I'll be back!
And there's 21 progressions of that jackpot sound, right? So hopefully you get the idea, ooh, that was better than the previous one. Ooh, ooh. Then he's hidden, and so you have to hit him, and there's a sound effect for finding him, and he comes back, and he talks.
I'm back, baby! Back in the fight! I'm back from the Ned!
The writing was not too bad. These guys were trying hard. And again, if you were trying to scam $40 million, would you bother to be clever? I don't think so. Okay. When this game was virtually done, and they were getting close to trying to sell it, they hired a company to make a promo video. And a professional company came in. I don't know. It was in Texas. I was up here. I had no idea. And after they got the video done and edited, the production company had used some library music on it, and it wasn't very good. And they came to me and said, you know, could you post this? Could you do something and fix this? And I said, absolutely, because this is a point I make to all my clients. You know, when you make these trailer videos for your game, please use sounds from the game. Stop taking some trailer music and just playing it. It's false advertising. That's not what's in the game. You show the game. Why don't you play the sounds? Okay, so I was thrilled they asked me. And I like doing this kind of stuff because I almost never get to arrange sounds over a 2-minute period. This is probably the longest video I have.
Retro Atomic Zombie Adventureland!
I assume you're shaking with fear.
Come on! We gotta stop that gross freak Ned!
Led by the villainous warmonger Ned.
I'm so evil.
By the way, my name is Patrick.
Now, the really sad thing about all this is those two machines that they photographed, those are the only two production prototypes they ever made. That makes me sad. Because I worked on this for like 2 years, not continually, but like over a 2-year period. So I had quite a bit invested. Now, I wanted to feature this guy because I thought he did a great job. And this is like, think his professional voice talent job. You know him from Pinball Profiles.
Ned is an alien jerk who's invading Earth. Angela hates him and made him crash. Now Adventureland is flooded with xenon gas that makes zombies.
Yeah, Jeff Teolis, I thought, did a great job. He took direction really well. I told him to be sort of like the guy from Rocky and Bullwinkle, William Conrad. I said, be kind of like that, and he did a great job. So this frustration slide, get it all out. That's all I can do. I'm frustrated, and if you liked this, then you should be frustrated too. But I don't want to end on a dismal note. There's the charming Dennis Nordman. Now, Dennis did 3 playfields while he was at Deep Root, and this was the one that was probably 4th in line. It was a game, Dennis came up with this crazy Indiana Jones discovering the meaning of a lost artifact found in the desert kind of thing. So it was the machine, right? And you're trying to figure out what the machine does because it's obviously a post-apocalyptic space that all science fiction exists in. And I'm going to show you, it was just some graphics they generated for this, and I made some sounds to go with the graphics. And if you knew the metaphor, all that stuff makes sense. Okay, let's continue on. Let's soldier on. Something else to be sad about. I first met Barry in 2017 at Pintastic. We were both doing presentations. I knew of Barry since I joined the pinball industry in 1986, working for Data East, and the game that we had at our shop to examine, to figure out what I should be doing was Pinbot, Barry's game, and very impressed with that and Chris Granner's work. I liked Barry a lot once I finally met him. He's a great guy and crazy productive. Food Truck was number 2 in the line. That was going to be the second game made. They had the license for Goonies, and that was a Barry game, and he had a playfield for that, and I think a Whitewood. And we also had the Who license with a very nice, interesting Whitewood that Barry had done. But I'm going to talk about Food Truck because that was the number 2 game that we were going to make, and it was pretty far along. The sound package, well, in any case, when you play Food Truck, there were 4 trucks. There was a taco truck, a beverage truck, a kebab truck, and a burger truck. And I thought that for main play, you pick one of those trucks as your character, and so the background should reflect that to remind the player, oh, I'm the burger guy, and so these features on the playfield are buffed a little bit more than if I were the taco guy. So that's a trick because they were, this company was fairly woke, and so they had picked all these ethnic characters, and they're doing this dance not to be offensive to any of them. So we have a taco truck, but I'm trying to be like a taco truck, but no, not be like a taco truck. Okay, then we had a beverage truck, which was an Asian woman. Had I finished it, that song has lyrics, and I was going to hire some woman to be like a Japanese pop singer. Our drinks are so very good. You know, it was going to be cool. Our shish kebabs are hip hop. That's my all-American burger music. Okay, the other thing that's interesting about Deep Root, it was a bad idea, but he had a studio that he created out in Salt Lake City and populated by more than 24 people. He had a 3D pipeline. He could do Pixar-style graphics. And so this was the first project, Food Truck, was that they were applying all that technology. And so every game event, every scoring event, everything had things generated from that pipeline. This is an example of one of them. So, and I had put sounds for all of those. John Norris. I didn't know John before this because while I had worked at Gottlieb, I was long gone from there by the time John showed up. I knew of his work when I went to Germany a few years ago, and I played it in an arcade there. I played a whole bunch of Stargate, and I was fairly impressed. There's a lot going on in that game. What I'm going to show you is, again, that 3D pipeline, but this is let's see. Yeah, it's called a daily. So they test geometry, they test coloring, they test, you know, the way the world works and stuff. And I wrote, this is some music that I was beginning to think about for what this arcade is. Well, I should say, Merlin's Arcade was John's take on 8-Ball Deluxe. I mean, it has 8-Ball Deluxe, but much more. And the notion is that Merlin time travels, and he came to the 80s, and he saw an arcade, and he liked it, and he took it back as a concept, as a place to test the valor of knights. I'm just the sound guy, okay? And so there were all these nights, and then all these events on the playfield. There was a giant, the biggest spinner I've ever seen, which is the foosball guy, and there was darts, and there was pool, obviously. So this is what that looks like. One of the events, it was a hoops. You know that hoop thing you do where you put a quarter in, you throw endless, well, you put $1 in, and I'm showing my age, you throw endless basketballs into a hoop. And the thing about this one, this is a very primitive first graphics version of it, and you'll notice he's not colored yet, but there's a surf forming the hoop and I made a crude loop with that just to go with the music. Good news, bad news. The good news is I'm done sharing stuff that you'll never be able to buy if you liked it. I mean, I wanted to share it because this will be persisted out on YouTube and people have a chance to hear this, and I did the work and I like it, and I thought it'd be fun for people to hear it. The bad news, however...
Hi, David. It's Lyman. This is our new friend, Cactus Canyon.
The good news, or the bad news in this time period just doesn't end. And those of you who don't know, that was the voice, the charming voice of Lyman Sheets. And I worked on Cactus Canyon for about 5 months with Lyman. And then, I didn't work with him this year at all. And then all of a sudden, I got some mail from a friend, from Butch, who said, "Did you hear about Lyman?" I was like, and it's it's tragic. Lyman is very much a legend, and I worked with him for the first time working on Steve Ritchie's Spider-Man. And frequently, I'll work on a project before I actually have the machine, but Lyman was very specific in what he wanted and stuff. So I didn't have a machine yet, so he shared the dots with me so that I could get on board.
This is some rockets that come in. I'll play it one more time without the Lyman sound effect.
Yeah, Lyman had a really interesting sense of humor, and you know, he's going to be sorely missed. So from Lyman's direction, I did that. So on Cactus Canyon, I don't know, anybody not know that it wasn't finished? It wasn't finished for circumstances that are beyond the scope of this talk. And CGC, you know, is in the business of recreating these things, but it didn't make sense to recreate an unfinished game. So they dug deep and messed with the code so that they could go in and finish the game, and they hired Lyman to do it. And they hired me to make some more sounds. There was no match effect in the game when it was shipped. Well, there is now. There was another event associated with the left orbit where you have to shoot the left orbit and then shoot it again, and you can, and then you shoot it the third time, you start a mode. I think it's a timed mode. And then for big points, you have to come around from the other side, doing the right orbit into that area to score the feature before the timer times out. And the music they had, again, I don't think it wasn't finished. And I think they may have been running out of space in the DCS system too. So I wrote a whole new piece for that. Oh, I had the picture. Yeah, so Ride 'em Cow, Buck and Bronco, Wild Ride, and then on the third pass, this mode starts. Now that last bit may seem a little repetitive. It is on purpose because that part is the part that we loop, and that'll occur during pretty much the last 10 or 12 seconds of the mode, and that repetition should subliminally tell you I had better complete this because obviously it's getting tense because they keep playing that damn riff. So I think it's safe to say the last 3 years, for different reasons, have been a challenge. Companies disappearing, financial malfeasance, people passing away, you know. So, you know, what's a sole contractor amidst this little boat in a big pool of water to do? I have considered this. That was simulated. So what do? You reboot. You turn it off, turn it back on again. So as part of my Deep Root thing, I became non-exclusive with them about 23 months ago. And so I found a company that wanted to hire me to do something. And they had a really nifty license. And I'm very excited about it. And over the past 23 months, I've worked on it, not constantly, and it's done. And it's just waiting to get into that production line queue So you can't get it yet, but you will get it. I don't know if it will be this year, but I'm so excited when you can get it. But it has to remain super secret. It's not my secret, I would love to tell you about it. And I've been talking to clients, but I can't tell you about it. And I have another one, but I can't tell you about it. And yeah, there's one more. See, that's the amazing thing is here in modern times, when I started 2006, there was one client, And now it's a ridiculous number of clients, and they're in different time zones. I've just dealt with somebody who was 9 time zones away. It's crazy. Good for me. My criteria is, based on previous experience, do they actually manufacture pins? Because everybody seems to want to design one. But I'm really getting sick and tired of doing all this work and having to give a presentation and say, see, I was busy. I wasn't just... Okay, this talk's supposed to be about pinball sound design. So let's talk about spinner sounds. Now, I didn't do that, but I went out on Pinside, which is, of course, the authoritative voice of all mature pinball, and looked around, and I saw at least 3 people reference Sea Witch, and they said, that's a great spinner sound. So that's my example. Now, why would I even dedicate a little chunk of this talk to something as mundane as a spinner sound? Because spinner sounds are the single most dynamic event in a pinball game. It depends how you hit it. You could just dink it, right? Or you could hit it better. Or you could really nail that sucker, right? And that's cool. Now, that's the naive approach where the sound guy just gives them a spinner sound and the pinball programmer triggers the spinner sound. And that's okay, because the spinner sound is fundamentally kind of exciting. But sound guys can do much better. We should be able to couple that to some notion and really make that exciting. So why is this even a challenge? Why is this worth talking about? Well, it's because we are in modern times. And in modern times, pinball sound systems are strictly playback. You have wave files, and you play them back. You can adjust their volume. You can play multiples of them at a time, but that's all you can do. I mean, this is not a synthesis environment. 1986, when I was working at Data East, we had a synthesizer on there, and I could make spinner sounds. I could parameterize them. I could just, at runtime, make an infinite number of really exciting things. If I want an infinite number of exciting things now, I have to pre-render those and store those, and it's much more cumbersome. So where do you begin? Well, you need a spinner sound, something that should work. Now, those are 3 control pages of a synthesizer that I have. And it's challenging because that one synthesizer comes with 2,137 presets, different sounds, okay? And then I could just dive in and start adjusting knobs and make an infinite number of them. So finding something that would be useful for spinners is challenging. And then understand that I own 300 synthesizers. So, riding herd upon all this horsepower is part of my job, right? I've accumulated these over the last 16 years, and I probably have a good grasp of 12 or 15% of them. Okay, that slide shows my digital audio workstation. And 2 things are happening here. One is I've put that sound into the DAW, I'll call it a DAW, and I'm triggering it different notes. Those are just different MIDI keys, right? But the other thing, you can see this line. I'm also adjusting tempo. Now, tempo for this sound changes how the reflected sounds, those delays happen. And the notion on the design of this was sort of like the air going out of a balloon, right? As you spin, and then it goes down. So I'm trying to generate a series of sounds which will, be part of that. And I have an example of some later ones, some lower ones and slower ones. So the energy is clearly out of that, right? So, okay, great. I've got this in my DAW. I've created 16 MIDI notes on my thing. I rendered that out as a WAV file. I put that in SoundForge. I region all those things. Now I have 16 WAV files. I grab those. I stick those in a folder that a pinball machine could know about. I go into a table, and I install those in the spinner table. Then I load that code up on the pinball machine, because the only way I can really test this and know confidently that this is working the way it was working in my head when I thought about it is to hear it on the machine. And why is that? So this is that sound with all that stuff done. Well, that's kind of interesting. Now, what if we nail the spinner shot? Well, that's interesting, but it wasn't what I was trying to do. It's wrapping. Now, the other bit of challenge is the spinner is not only a dynamic sound, but the behavior of the spinner is different depending on how it was implemented. That could be a micro switch, or that could be a leaf switch, or in this case, that could be an opto. And with an opto, there's no friction, so you get a whole lot of spins. And the way the spins lose energy, that's unique. Optos, at least, are consistent between machines. Those other techniques are based on who was the last pinball tech who adjusted that switch. So it's a little challenging to get the thing that's going to work the way it should. So I go back to the DAW, and I make some more sounds, because obviously 16 aren't going to cut it for this system. And then, thanks to Darren, I had a conversation with somebody I play video games with. Darren has a Hobbit, and he said, there's that thing when you nail the spinners, and every time you get more points for them, and the excitement goes up. I wish the sound did that. So I said, well, let's try that, and I inverted the order of the sounds. Instead of going for this dissipating energy thing, I went for this ooh, 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 more exciting as you do it. And I generated 39 of these things, which I pulled that number out of scientific deliberation and the nether regions. That's promising, but the real test is you nail it. Okay, and I'm not going to say that's the end-all or be-all or the best spinner sound I ever made, but I think it's more interesting than da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. So, okay. Oh, good. We're right in. This is the finale. Okay. Once upon a time, there was a riff. It was created by a young man for a video game because he thought the music coming from the Japanese video games really wasn't that compelling for his audience, which at the time was 13-year-old sweaty boys in arcades. So he created a riff, and then he wrote a synthesizer that could make a bass drum, and in a gnarly kind of way, could play that riff. But back in the old days, there were no keyboards, musical keyboards, which attached to computers. So he had to write this music down on staff paper. Then he had to code the music into hexadecimal by hand Then he had to stick that on the soundboard, which was running his algorithm, and then he got this. Okay, and then it was gone. The game was not very successful. Only engineers liked it. And it just disappeared. And in 83, there was a kind of a coin-op crash, and they built 3,000 of them. So, you know, they're out there in the universe. And our young man was sad. Many years went by, and he became not a young man. And in the ensuing years, people such as himself remembered the good time that they had had as 13-year-old sweaty boys playing in arcades. And they sought out vintage coin-op machines. They went to shows where people drug their machines out of their basements, and they played these machines. And all of a sudden, the riff was back. Better yet, many people wrote a multiple arcade machine emulator that ran on computers, and it could play the ROM images of this game. And lots more people played this. And eventually there was a cult following, probably a lot of engineers who found this game fun. So, the young man became an old man, but he realized many of his clients were asking him for things that he thought were, gee, that's a lot like that thing I did 40 years ago. So for this show, I brought back our riff a little different. The little riff that could. I have to acknowledge, again, NWPAS. This is a fantastic thing they do. Specifically, Mike Lorraine. I met Mike, 2008, first time I gave one of these. He's always done a fabulous job doing the AV. Now he's the president. And it's been a real challenge to bring this show back to life after 2 moribund years. I think he's done a great job. Can we have a hand for Mike? He's back there. And then, like my friend Butch says, Butch is on next, virtually. And anytime you see one of these shirts that says staff and has the picture on the thing on the back, go up and congratulate him for this, because, wow, what an effort this is. And they do a fabulous job. I don't dare go home without my wife makes this possible, because I'm a sole proprietor, single guy doing this out of a basement for the last 16 years. And if I didn't have the support of my fine woman, just no way I could have done that. Plus, she's so talented. You've all heard her, probably. She's the computer voice in Star Trek, Steve Ritchie's. And she's also Tron. She's the computer voice, right? Yeah. Plus, based on Dwight Sullivan's request, she's the little girl at the front of Pirates of the Caribbean going, yo, ho, yo. That wasn't me. That was Carol. No, and it wasn't Dwight either. Okay, and finally, I work as sole proprietor, no help. It's a solitary adventure that I pursue, except through Slack, I talk to other people. And getting connected with so many people in this room, people who've invited me to their houses, I've played games in their collection, the community has always been very embracing, and that's wonderful for me. So, give yourselves a hand for that.
Bye-bye.
Nope. Questions? Anybody have a question? Dwight, see that there microphone? I don't want to have to repeat this. I knew you were going to heckle me.
I'm not heckling you. So what was the final outcome of your house? Did you get it all fixed? Are you on solid ground now?
Yes. Yeah. Thank you for asking. Yeah, it was crazy expensive. At one point, I had a machine that could dig 40-foot deep holes, this big around, that they could then pump concrete into, and I have 13 of those. And then a lot of wood to make a retaining wall, and they buried all that, And so everything that's on this side of the retaining wall is being retained, which includes my house. Then all the footings were redone, and there were like 18 of them. And my living room no longer sags because it cantilevered past the house foundation. Oh, God. Yes, thank you for asking. That was quite a life-changing event. But it's all done, At the end of the day, I just refinanced my house for more than what I paid for it to cover the cost of the debt. And so now I have a brand new mortgage, a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage. When I got it, I think it'd be like 96 when, what a foolish investment. You think I'm paying that off. Okay, no more questions? Nobody on the internet asked a single question? Nobody cares? I hate you people.
Yeah, no internet questions.
Oh, good.
Oh, wait, we got one.
Yeah, what was the name of the video game that your riff was originally from?
Oh, that was Reactor. It was Gottlieb's first homebrew video game. Developed in-house. Tim Skelly, who's sadly no longer with us either, had come from Cinematronics, and he was the only one at that video game division who had ever made a game before. All the rest, I came from an insurance company. But Tim was a rock and roll guy in a mall organ world, and he really was down with what I was trying to do for him, with it, and wonderfully supportive. And it was new for him because Cinematronics, those games, the sounds for those were done by an engineer. Those sounds were hardware sounds, some op amps and resistors and capacitors, and the game could make 5 sounds, and each one was a circuit. So, what I was doing with a processor where it could make anything I was clever enough to program was a world away from Tim's experience. Mike.
So, David, pinball machines have a lot of modes, correct?
Only if they're designed by Keith Johnson. Why?
Some have a few, some have a lot. And so during the process, I know sometimes a game may have, say, 6 modes.
Yeah.
And then you'll get a call. So we've added 10 more modes. So we need 10 more pieces of music to go along with those modes. I was curious if you could share how long on average it takes you to come up with a tune to go with the mode from a time standpoint.
Yeah. It really depends on the theme of the game and what I've chosen. If I'm working orchestrally, like for Pirates, that takes longer because I'm a guy, I'm trying to drive 90 virtual people around and get them to do stuff. So I can't just write the riff, I have to orchestrate it and do all that. So those take longer, 3-4 days if I'm inspired. If I'm doing things more synthetic, like the opening slide, and people like it, I might get lucky and do one of those in an afternoon. But if I'm working in quick drying concrete with an orchestra and I do something and then it's rejected for some reason, then it even takes longer because I have to redo it. So it's all over the place depending on what I've chosen. You know, sometimes at the very beginning of the game, the hardest part is picking, you know, the style. How are we going to proceed forward? Unless the client really has a strong opinion, it's down to me. And I got to pick a mode that I'm going to try to make 16 variations of, kind of. Pick an approach. And the first one, or the first two, may be really hard. After that, after you've picked a thing and then you're riffing on it, it becomes easier. Brian.
Yeah, like so for the homebrew people making pinball machines.
Yes.
Do you have any advice, like what they should be thinking about when they do their sound, to make their sound just be professional? Like what should they be thinking about when they're doing sound in the homebrew machine?
Yeah. The major thing I think about, well, it's not one. There's at least three. Number one, my clients always focus on the music and the call-outs. They don't think about the sound effects anywhere near as much. My feeling is you don't play the music, and you don't play, you know, the call-outs happen, and they happen in response to what you're playing, but you really play the sound effects if it's done right. So you've got to focus on getting those right. Now, what does that mean? What are good sound effects? To my mind, there are sound effects that are appropriate to the theme. So I wouldn't do synthetic stuff in Pirates. Makes that really hard, right? They are also bound to information, and that's the hard one, right? I like to do a lot of progressives. There's a lot of progressive events in pinball. You know, you hit one of a series of three, and I want the player to be able to sense when they've hit the second one without having to look. And so you can do that with sound. It's a non-speech language, so it's not instantly accessible, but if you've played the game 6 times, you don't have to look anymore because you know, oh, I only have to hit this bank one more time and I will complete it. And the sound for that, of course, is a much bigger progressive. But I also, there's the information, okay? There is the notion of, wait, I hit that target's already lit. There should be a sound there. People don't think about that because the ball, in a modern pin, the ball moves so fast, it's visually hard to track. But sound is unambiguous, right? So you may not have seen the ball head over there, but if you hear that sound, you know, oh, I hit one that I've already hit. That means I need to go over there again and hit the unlit one. So that's information that's coupled to these events. And you've got to think, how can I bind, and then how can I create sounds that convey that in a non-speech way? Because, you know, too many people just think about doing the whole game in call-outs. And that's very clear, but most speech, short of, is boring. You know, it's just not as exciting. And sound effects should be designed properly, you know, visceral. Okay, we're wrapping it up. Thank you very much, Seattle. And Internet.
Mr. David Thiel, thank you very much. Our next seminar in this area will be at 3:30 p.m. It will be a virtual with Butch Peel from Chicago Gaming talking about Cactus Canyon Remake. Thank you for joining us. Enjoy some pinball. Have some fun.
I'm about to go. Welcome to your new sanctuary. For your fucking life. Watch out, they are coming to fight you.
Can you hear me over there?
And you have
Oh,
to
why
unmute
can't I
him.
hear him here? All right, say something again. I had you muted.
Oh, that's okay. I don't blame you for muting me. My wife would love to have one of those.
Let's see. I should be able to do that.
Can you hear me now?
I can still hear you. Yeah, that looks good. I think that's how it's supposed to be anyway.
It's as good as it gets, I'm afraid.
Are you seeing my return video?
Just seeing Chase at NW Pass is all it's showing you.
Okay. That should be that, right?
Yeah, he's sending.
Oh, that's why. All right, now you should see yourself.
Yep, that's me. I don't know him anywhere.
Okay, and if I switch over to here, we got the stage view. And
Cool.
of course, there's nothing there. All right. I think we're about ready. Well, I mean, we're ready to wait. At least we're prepared.
Exactly.
So I'm going to put it on standby because it's going out to the stream. But yeah, I'll check back with you in about 12 minutes or so.
Can I check something just real quick?
Yeah, sure.
Verify that you can see well.
Yeah.
If I share my screen here and I use my mouse pointer, I'm just kind of dragging my mouse pointer around. I want to make sure that you can kind of discern that on the screen.
So
hang on.
I'm still just seeing you. I'm just seeing your camera.
Okay. Getting ready to share here. So I'm going to put this guy on. I'm going to share that. I'm going to start.
Okay. Awesome. Yeah, I can see your Cactus Canyon pre-show.
Okay, right. Do you see my mouse
cursor
moving around?
Yep.
Okay, cool. That's the only thing I wanted to make sure it was working right. Great. So yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to put it on standby for a bit. So that's what you'll see.
Okay.
And then, like I said, I'll check back with you in a little bit when we're ready to go.
And your name's Joe, is that right?
Yes, I'm Joseph. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Joe.
Yeah. Here I'm back here waving. All right. We'll see you in a bit. Thanks.
All right. Thanks.
anything emotional. Gotta be rational. Big monkey is optional. I'm in the face, I need evolution. 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 Begin evolution. Met das weggaan. I need evolution. 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 Met das weggaan.
Maybe if I leave, it'll be a chance to believe in all these dreams. Will soon reveal what it really means to love and all the above. The taste of the air that is filling my lungs is sweet enough to keep me high. I need your love to get me by, but I can try to say goodbye, to say goodbye. To say goodbye, open up to me.
All right, welcome to the 2022 Pinball and Game Arcade Expo. The Cactus Canyon Remake from Butch Peel and Chicago Gaming presentation starting up right now.
Okay. Everybody hear me all right? All right. I'd like to start off by passing out a real kind and warm thank you to my dear friends Charlie and Cindy for taking bubonic Bart from COVID Canyon here into their house and letting him do his seminar from here. So thank you so much for that. Thanks again to Mike and to Chase and to Joseph for helping me get this set up. It's difficult circumstances, but like we've all been doing for the last few years, we do what we can and make it work, right? So I'm going to share my screen here and get started. I wish I could be there with you guys. It's great to see the shows starting up again. Great to see people at them. You know, it's great to be running around without masks and things. I just want to get back to the old normal. I don't know about you guys, but make sure if you see somebody that works at the show, walk up to them and tell them how much you appreciate what they've done. It's not an easy task putting on one of these shows and hauling all these machines around and setting up a place for all of us to get together, all of us like-minded individuals. So make sure you thank them every time you get a chance. Let's see here. Share here. Okay. Everything looking okay? All right. So my name is Butch Peel. I work for Chicago Gaming Company now for 2 years as of June 1st, as it turns out. So my second anniversary just came and passed. So I'm going to talk to you a lot about the Cactus Canyon Remake, some of the cool things that we put into the game, additions, updates, those kinds of things. And I've got a lot to show you, so I'm just going to dive right into it. So Cactus Canyon Remake. Is it actually a remake? It's really not exactly. It's hard to remake something that never was really finished to begin with. Back in 1998, when the game came out, people knew that this was going to be the last dot matrix type traditional Williams pinball game. And even as they were starting into production, things were getting truncated, things were getting redirected, the priorities were all shifting. So a lot of issues came up that didn't allow people to finish what they were working on. It wasn't at all like a normal production run for a Williams game. So preserving assets wasn't a big deal. Everybody knew it was the end of an era. These things weren't going to be used again. This size cabinet, these types of translights, all these kind of things were all going away. So a lot of the original artwork and all wasn't really well taken care of or archived properly. Software, of course, was never finished. That's a big deal for us because you don't want to remake the game that came out with the unfinished software. We wanted a complete game, and so kind of left us in a bad situation. I mean, who do you go get to finish the software for a game like Cactus Canyon? Well, we went out and got the best of all time. That would be the late great Lyman Sheets. I could go into all the games that Lyman worked on over his career, but I've only got an hour here. Needless to say, he had a huge mark in pinball. He was not only a great designer, a great software designer, coder, player of the game. He was a great human being, and we're going to all miss him quite a bit. And we at Chicago Gaming are really proud to be able to produce Lyman's last game in Cactus Canyon. So extended code status. I want to talk a little bit about extended code. And before I even get into extended code, I want to talk a little bit about the code in general, because I get a lot of questions about this. There's a lot of concern and a lot of confusion, evidently. The game as original was not finished. It was an incomplete in terms of the rules and everything being put into the game. All of the dot matrix displays, sound effects, those sorts of things weren't all in there. And of course, the guys that designed the game were planning to come back to that at a later time, but they were unable to get back to it and never got that opportunity to loop back. So when we brought Lyman in, Lyman took what was originally there and finished that game. He completed the code. It is a complete game as it's being shipped now. The software in it is complete. It's not the same as some others that have been out there before. It's done by Lyman Sheets, and it is it is complete. The game is complete. Also, there is the version of the software that was in the original game is also in the game. If you'd like to play it as it was produced, as it was shipped from Williams back in 1998, you can just go into the settings and change the code settings, and you can play the original game with its original rule set, as limited as it was. Now, in addition to having Lyman do this finishing of the code, from the very beginning, there was this plan to make an extended code available for the game. Once it was shipped, once it got out, and a lot of people had a game in their house, we could offer for sale offline an extended code version that would add features to the game and make it even a better game yet. So that was always intended from the very beginning. And as such, it was intended as being an upgrade kit, which means there'd be a hardware component to it, which means there's going to be a mechanism that goes out with it. So the software rules would be all wrapped around this mechanism that we're going to put into the game. And it would be something that would be easily added on or taken off if you wanted to off of your game. And it was always planned that way, to be software and hardware both. We've had Josh Sharp and Sam Zare, two of our rules and software guys that have been working really closely with Lyman all the time during the completing of the Cactus Canyon code and working on this extended code and the rules and things in conjunction with him. Josh Sharp is a pinball historian as well as a great ranked player and all that. He's a very passionate pinball player, great guy. He is a pinball historian though. So when he got started in this project, he got together with the original team that worked on Cactus Canyon for Williams back in the day and kind of just tossed some things around and discussed with them, make sure that what we were planning to do in completing the code with Lyman would be consistent with their vision for the game as it progressed. Sam Zare is an amazing resource for us at Chicago Gaming Company. He's been involved fully in every single game. There would be no Chicago Gaming Company remake games at all without Sam Zare's efforts. He's just irreplaceable. He's worked on everything, had a hand in everything that you've seen or heard or scored if you've played any of our games, from the shooter lane all the way to the ball drain. I mean, he's done it all. So you just really can't overstate how valuable of an asset he is. And being involved with this project will also help him help us finish what Lyman started. So Josh and Lyman would talk basically daily on the extended code, the completing of the code, and they would go over some ideas. And this is an original page out of Lyman Sheet's notebook in his own hand. And they would toss, ideas around, and he'd write things down, and they'd decide whether or not to try and put them in the game. And this marksman shot, actually, this marksman mode was put into the game. It was Josh's idea, and as he put it, it's one of the few things that he came up with that Lyman didn't think sucked too bad. So it actually kind of made it in. So you can see early on what they were talking about, bright shots and dim shots and, groups of shots and things like that. It kind of morphed over the time frame. This was early, in December of 2020. By the time we get into some more of Lyman's notebook notes, they were really kind of fleshing this out a lot better, trying to decide what they were going to be shooting at in a marksman mode, maybe a hangman's rope or, coffee pot, rattlesnakes. They wanted to use a rifle, big and powerful sound. That's something that was important. The X's here are like, not really, not so much. The watermelon hanging from a rope. Yeah, I can see that one got in the X. But he came up with this Silverado movie scene where these sharpshooter guys were kind of like having a competition, and they were shooting the needles off of a cactus at a great distance away. So he wanted to set up the background and all this for the dot matrix display here. And had really, Lyman is just, his details have details. He's just such a detail-oriented guy that when he put something like this out there, he had to spell everything out and leave nothing to chance, nothing to interpretation. So, that's kind of a near and dear to my heart because I'm kind of that way myself. I like to get into the detail. So he wanted to set this up with all of the different, the scores and the instructions and how much time you had on a timer and all this. But he wanted to have a that's main cactus here in the middle, and he wanted to have cactus on either side of this. That when the wind was blowing, you had a moving shot on the playfield that went from left to right, and then came back from right to left, and then left to right again, just kind of traveling back and forth. The one that was moving left to right, he wanted the cactus in the display to be leaning in that direction as if the wind were blowing them. And he's showing here that the dust and wind have to be blowing in this direction. And he draws every one of them leaning in that direction. Then he wanted to, when it got to the far end and it started to make its way back again, he wanted everything to stop, stand up straight again, and then start leaning in the opposite direction. So he's spelling all of that out here in great detail. I just love it. And then, of course, when you get to going right to left, he's got the dust and wind showing and everything leaning that way. So it's just a ton of detail from Lyman. And he really pictures this from early on, how it's going to look on the dot matrix display. There's your main cactus again here in the center. So it gets to this scene from the movie, and he even writes in a little note here that this is a scene from a movie. So, in case these are copyrighted cactus here, we might want to make this look a little different so it's not exactly the same. Those are the kind of things that go through his mind. But he's trying to tell you here there's going to be 3 shots now. So there's the left and a right shot, and then there's going to be a center shot. And this is where he wants them to hit on this main cactus that he's drawing. So he wants to show it in a close-up. He says this main cactus, he wants to look like this. But the other ones can be kind of like this one down here, which is, drawn other type. He calls it, I think it's a saguaro cactus, actually. But he has everything all spelled out where he wants to hit on the cactus, what it's going to look like, worrying about copywriting, all the details. Then he shows 3 scenes from the little frames from the movie where one of the cactus needles here is getting shot off, and he circles it. He wants this bullet to come through here and knock one of these, explode it, and send the needle away. And then he wants to put up some animation over the top of it. Then on the right shot, he wants to take on the right side of the cactus. And you might want to, make this change the angle because we can have the cactus leaning a little bit. It needs to be straight on. All those kind of details he's got spelled out here. And this one, he did a better 3 frames because you can actually see the chunk being shot out. I guess when they put that in the dot matrix display, and then even with the high resolution, it was hard to come up with something that looked really cool like this. So it changed a little as it got to the main to into the game. But here in the last shot, when you shoot up the center, he wanted it to destroy the cactus completely and send chunks flying out everywhere. So he wants it to hit right there. That's the spot. That's the sweet spot of the cactus. And this is kind of what it ended up looking like. So you can kind of feel the wind blowing this way. And then when you move in for a shot, there's the chunks of cactus. And it turned out pretty cool. So the rules and development and implementation so far on this have come along pretty well because as Josh says, they start from the start button and go forward. So it's really easy when you're doing something cool like developing rules to just jump right into the meat of the rules. And I'll worry about how you get there and what shot brings it up and all that later. These guys start from the very beginning, work their way methodically through it, and get to the meat when the meat is ready. When you've got to the point where the shot is actually being made and everything's all set up. So you can see how things could be pretty mature if they've been working on it for quite a while because of that methodology. We just wanted to bring this up. I'm not prepared to talk about what the mechanism is going to be right now. Just want to make sure that you all understand that this company is committed to getting this project over the finish line. It is really important to us. So back to the standard remake concerns. We're going to start with what we did in a remake here. First thing you want to do is address any known Cactus Canyon mechanics, electronics, and play issues. One of the main things we knew from the original game was that the drop targets themselves are a little bit of a problem. They have some issues. I'll talk more about that later. And of course, the software not being completed, that was a big issue too. There were some other, nagging things about the artwork. Looked like there could have been some more artwork in there. So we found places to add our touch to it. So that's where you can come up with some cool new features to add to the game. And it's all in the details. And again, I love details. This is fun for me being involved with projects like this, just because I'm so deep into the details myself. Because after all, the differences between a good game and a great game and a great game and a holy cow game, it's all in the details. And so it's really fun to try and come up with those. We're on a quality ramp at CGC. We started in 15 with Medieval Madness, and 17 Pack for Mars remake, Monster Bash remake, and Medieval Madness Royal Edition. I mean, everyone just, raising the bar again. And we felt some tremendous pressure here to make Cactus Canyon Remake even better than all the games before. And it's tough to keep raising that bar, but we're committed to doing that. So what are you going to address on Cactus Canyon? Well, we have the first commandment that we apply to everything. Never going to change the playfield artwork or the layouts. And none of that's going to change. The inserts, the artwork, everything. You lay the original playfield or our playfield, they match up exactly. That's what a remake is. You don't change things as fundamental to the game as the playfield is. But one place you can get some real bang pretty quick is the cabinet artwork. Originally, these were made for the decals of the time. It's hard for us now to find the high fidelity originals or higher fidelity for what we're able to achieve these days with decal. So we're ending up taking the lower resolution graphics that we have, sharpening them up, redrawing some things, adding a little more detail here and there, adjusting and correcting colors, those sorts of things. And of course, we're going to use new and durable materials. So the Cactus Canyon cabinet decals today and the way they're attached to the cabinet are going to be, much higher quality and much more durable and reliable over the long term than, of course, what they had in 1998. So another place to add some pizzazz really quick is to put the cabinet inner art blades. So these are on the LE game. I'm going to take you around the inside of the cabinet, starting with the kind of the left flipper over here and working our way up the left side, up into the left corner there. We'll work across the back panel, come back down, starting down the right side, and all the way back down to the right flipper. And you can tell, that the goal here is to try and make something that looks like it could have been on the game to begin with. So the back panel was already there. We made something that extended the back panel and matched it really well and looks like it belongs there from the get-go. And that's really, it can be a challenge, but it's fun to do. What else are we going to address? Well, we're going to, of course, not going to use incandescent game lighting anymore. The day of the bulb is fast going away. We're using LEDs now. With LEDs, with great power comes great responsibility. And of course, you got some amazing LEDs these days that will just, light up clear across the street if you're not careful. So you got to adjust the intensity. You've got to keep all this stuff in mind, the color temperatures, the warm versus cool, wavelengths and things like that. So where you get greens, different colors of greens, different colors of blues, things like that. One thing that we want to make sure we do is we complement and not overpower the artwork that's already in the game. Translights and playfield plastics and playfield inserts have their own colors for a reason. You don't need to put a blue bulb under a blue insert. You don't have to put a green bulb under a green insert. If you'd like those with the right color of white, the right intensity and the right temperature of white, cool or warm, you can bring out the original beauty that's already there. And you're not going to wash something out. You're not going to overpower it. Translights, if you backlight translights with colored LEDs, you're just going to wash out all the detail and all the color contrast in the really small areas that somebody put a lot of time and effort into putting there and that look really nice. So we will use our RGB LEDs under the playfield plastics to change the mood on the playfield and make dramatic effects. But when you go back to playing regular, the lights go back to white, and you can see the original colors and all of the plastics and everything that are already there. And we're not going to do something that just washes something out. You got to control that intensity as well, because we've got some really powerful LEDs at our command now. So here's the back glass for the original Cactus Canyon game, and these two were taken at the factory. My two pictures here of the remake right next to it, same lighting conditions, but there's no backlighting. So the lights are all off. This is just to show what you can do differently in the colors. So you notice the original artwork here that it looks kind of washed out. It has a little white look to it, but that's because, you know, they're backlighting with incandescent bulbs, and you can't make this stuff too dark, otherwise it looks like your back box isn't even lit up. But now when we put LEDs in there, we can really enrich and deepen and saturate the colors that much more. They're back to the original again, especially in the areas, you know, where it's black or where you've got really bright colors. You're not afraid to make those deep and thick anymore, because now when you backlight them with LEDs, you can produce enough light to make them really stand out and be really bright. Same thing can be said for the ramp. So you've got, this is the left ramp on the game. And if you look at the decal on it, it's backlit with lighting underneath. So we can make that a lot deeper too, make it much more bright and colorful when it's not even lit up. So it makes a big difference when you start, you know, sharpening up those colors and making things a lot prettier. So RGB LED general illumination that we use, it's modular, it has connectors, so, you know, it's easy to replace things. What we're trying to do under the playfield is get rid of some of this, you know, spaghetti wiring under here that's really hard to follow and all. You've got, this is a lot of general illumination here. These yellow wires are going off into other general illumination. The yellow that's come down here, general illumination. Any one of these breaks loose, you know, part of your string goes out in an original game. If these metal pieces short up against something else metal, they can blow fuses. It can be really problematic. And you catch these wires, a lot of the GIs right up next to the edge of the playfield, and some of these wires can find their way over and get clipped and things like that. So it's really important to when in our games make something that's more easy to follow, that's modular and easy to replace when something goes out, and the wires are kept well in out of harm's way, basically in safe places. What you get is a lot cleaner wiring for the general illumination. The other place that we were able to make a big change is with the back panel RGB LED strip. So we can light up the top end of the playfield like it was never lit up with the incandescent bulbs to begin with. And we can kind of cheat a little bit. It kind of takes some of the color out of the game when the game's not on, but put clear jet bumper caps on. And that way we can put RGB LEDs under the inside the jet bumper bodies, and we can change those and wash them in the same color as the playfield and do some neat effects with them as well. More to address. Of course, we're going to have to modernize game electronics. That kind of goes without saying. We're not going to use those through-hole boards that they used back in the day. We're going to, everything's, you know, gone to smaller. Our CPU controller driver boards that we use in other games, tried and true designs and good controllers. We're going to put those in. We're going to put in our multi-purpose main printed circuit boards under the playfield here. So we're able to, you know, reduce a lot of the clutter and a lot of the wiring. It looks like there's a lot of wiring here, but it's nothing compared to the real game. These trunks of, you know, 2 inches big around with wires that go out everywhere. And then you get all of this, you know, rat's nest of single strands that are out there waiting to get cut off or snipped or tangled around something and get too close to moving pieces. So, you know, it's underneath the playfield too. We have here the opto driver boards, the motor controller boards and things like that from the original game that we can then incorporate that circuitry within our main boards and then just run off little connectors off to the side there. We can do that with switches and wires too, so that we don't have a matrix switch matrix or lamp matrix anymore. So there's no more of these diodes that are difficult to figure out the wiring for and the problems that they bring into the game also. And just reducing a lot of this, you know, make a much cleaner wiring look under the playfield, much easier to follow where something comes from, where it goes to. Speaker upgrades, you don't have to try really hard to upgrade the speakers that were in the original Williams games. These were commercial devices. They weren't trying to, you know, make them for audio files. They were made for being put on location. So they did the job. They put out the noise, and people, you know, had some fun playing them. Now, when we're going to put them in our home, we might want these to sound a little better. So that's what we were aiming for. Color HD XL display. for Cactus Canyon, the XL display, the biggest one, is available. It's in all of the games. It's what ships in all of the games. And so we have to come up with a bunch of new high-resolution dot matrix display and animations. Some of the things that we came up with were, some new champions. So you don't just have your grand champion and champion 1, 2, 3, and 4 that come up at the end of the game. If you're the one that shot the most beer mugs in the game, now you've got the beer mug champion. You got the bionic bar champion. It's very impressive. This man can shoot the bionic bar. This is great stuff. These guys, I saw a 2006 Expo interview with the original game designers, and they were so bummed, to a man, that they weren't able to get Bionic Bart into their game. They had made dot matrix representations of him. They had some sounds that they wanted him to make and all this, but it was one of those things again that we're going to loop back and get to later, and they never were able to get there. So we're real glad that we were able to get Bionic Bart in there. Now you have the mug shooting. When you hit that mug and it popped up in the air, it would make a ricochet sound in the old game. That's all it did. You'd get a display showing you how many more you had to hit to get an extra ball, but that was about it. Now we've added Dooley, the town drunk's getting his drink. Hey, quit shooting my drink. This guy's there to show you what happens when you hit the mug, and it keeps the count of those. And so this is exactly how you get, this is shown off of an SE Plus screen, but you shoot 10 times, you hit the beer mug 10 times. That's how you get to the topper mode. So when you go play the game out there, hit that beer mug 10 times, shoot it up under Bart's chin, and you'll get up to play the topper. And that's really fun on the LE game in there, the SE Pluses. So the original Polly Peril, when that started and she was on the train tracks, that wasn't very interesting. All you got was an update of how many shots you needed to make to get your extra ball lit, and this is what you got every time you made a shot. Not very satisfying. So we added some dot matrix display animations for that. So a left ramp shot, and our hero unties her hands from the tracks. A right ramp shot, and our hero unties her feet. And then a shot up the center to finish it, actually frees her from the track. And kind of a little known thing, if you save Polly at least once, and and she's always in peril, that one, so you get lots of opportunities. If you save her just once during the game, you get to see our hero carry her off into the sunset on your game over screen, which is très romantique. And my favorite dot that we added to it, and this was kind of a later on, the code champion for Lyman sheets. That's for Lyman, and that's for all time. No one ever is going to beat that score. More to address, the drop target. This is a huge problem with the game. It's a huge concern when you're remaking the game, because the drop targets are so important in this game. They make the game, or they can break it. So the drop targets in the original Cactus Canyon game would not go up and all the way, or they would fall down by themselves without hitting them. And so in this game, if the drop target comes up, it needs to come up, stay up until hit. When hit, it needs to go down. Also when hit, it should give the ball some kind of a control and back to the player, and not go flying off to the back corner of the cabinet up there because it went airborne and you lose control. When you make a good shot, you ought to be rewarded in pinball with control of the ball again. And that's difficult with a drop target, but we took it on. We thought we could make it happen. So the original, if you go back to the original drop targets this is like the Star Trek Next Generation era, Indiana Jones, Williams era. This is what the drop target originally looked like. And it was not too bad of a mechanism. It did have its issues. The main ones being that this little finger here could break off, that drops the target down, that resets it. This one had to be an adjustment just properly. If it was open too wide, this guy couldn't pull it in. Whoops. Back up a little bit. Sorry, hit my button there. This wouldn't pull in right and knock the drop target down. This guy would break off sometimes, and the whole thing would not work. That just disables parts of your game. And the biggest problem, of course, was the micro switch back here. It had this big old long finger on the end of it that the drop target had to hit when it came down. if this is out of adjustment down here, it can cause the switch to get broken by the drop target just falling and registering. And then a lot of times these little 256 screws would pop out and the thing would get loose and it wouldn't even register when it dropped at all. And that's a big problem in the game because you don't want to get a shot and not get scored for it. So these guys, I give them credit. They saw that was a problem with the originals. And so they tried to make a new one. So they came up with this carriage design that this entire carriage would be pulled up by this coil and it would bring this drop target and everything with it. So all around that carriage would just pop up and the drop target would be above the play field. Then when it was knocked down, it would slide down alongside here and it would knock this little fin down here would trip the switch, and you could tell that the drop target had been hit and had knocked down. The problem with that was there was no lock mechanism to hold it up. It was actually using the coil and pulsing that coil over and over again, like kind of like a flipper hold, and it would have to hold it into place. And what happened over time, those would get warm because they're getting used a lot, and the things would shatter when they went up. They couldn't hold it, or they would get to where they were so warm that they couldn't kick up all the way. And partially the target would start to peek through the play field and then fall back down. Very frustrating when you're trying to shoot those drop targets and want to hit the bad guy. So what we did, we didn't think there was really all that much wrong with the original. We liked it better than their remake. So we went back to the original design. And the main thing that we wanted to do was make it more modular and make it more reliable. So we replaced this coil that dropped it down, and that problematic finger that could break off and all that with a tube solenoid that is attached, and run through this little circuit board that attaches to the back. And so that retract solenoid all it does just a little pop right in the center there, basically punches the target in the stomach. You want to reset it. The opto switch that we added takes the place of micro switches in the other two versions. And this is just a U-shaped opto now that has that fin goes between there, and you can tell when the target's up and down. And when we were able to backlight it. So we put an array of LEDs back behind here that light this clear polycarbonate material and makes the target glow. We also changed the shape. We completely retooled this, and we added a tilt to the front of the target so that when the ball hits it, it doesn't want to hit it like a ramp and go flying off. It hits and comes back to the player, and it actually knocks the target down when you hit it. And also, we added a wedge top to the top of it. The original, they had a very thin, like a tombstone version of this, and it didn't fill the hole very well around the drop target. So the ball is going to have a rougher time bouncing over that, and it's not going to roll true when it bounces over that. So when the ball rolls over ours, it's much smoother. We did have to change the spotting a little bit to make ours, line up with the hole. And in addition to that, we want to protect the playfield by putting a piece of Mylar all the way around this. So there's a clear Mylar around the hole also to help protect the playfield surface. And in that same interview that I saw and heard from Expo, the designers were just, really bummed again that they weren't able to backlight these targets. They wanted them to backlight real bad. They tried several materials. They just couldn't withstand their life cycle testing. They were cracking and breaking, and they had to go to something more, solid, just because back in that day, that's what was available. Now we're able to, at a later time, use some different materials, and we were able to make them clear, change the decals on the front to a nice translucent one that matches well. And we made them glow, and I hope we did them proud. More to address. Yes, there's more. While we're backlighting stuff, why don't we try backlighting these little targets over here? We'll make them more of a translucent white plastic like we did our drop target, and we'll put those RGB LED array back behind each one of them so that we can make it different colors. Very, very attractive, very effective. Inductive ball sensors. So we wanted to replace 4 reed switches and 4 ramp micro switches on the game. Original reed switches, they had a couple of them under the front of this is underneath the mine here. You can see the shaft coming up. That's this part here. They had 2 reed switches underneath here that were just used to recognize that the ball came close to in there and they could move and open the mine shaft up a little bit. So we replaced that with a single board, and that's one of our new inductive ball sensors. We have a smaller version of it too that we used here. This is the jet bumpers here have an exit for the ball to roll out. You need to know when that happens, when it leaves the jet bumper area. And you can see right here, there's like a clear insert, but their reed switch was right underneath that. And we, of course, replaced that with a single small inductive sensor. Now, this is where you get some real, clean installation. You're really going after the look, because when you're on the top of the play field, everything's in plain sight. You can hide all that other stuff under the play field. It doesn't make that much of a difference. But when you've got a big old micro switch up here, and because of the bracket you're using, you've got a ball trap there, so you put a big old rubber stopper on top of that to keep the ball from getting stuck there. When you go to a inductive sensor that's mounted underneath the edge, flat underneath the edge of that, a lot more bang for your buck. And when you're going to add a new decal to the ramp at the same time, you can get really clever. And since this is the bank robbery ramp here, we had the door blow off the safe, and then part of the artwork covers up the inductive ball sensor. So you can get really creative, and it's a lot of fun to figure things out and come up with slick ways to fix things like that. Here's another one. Change to that. And this one is on the bottom of a clear ramp, but still it's a lot less sightly than that other thing. That just looks really bad. And this is what the driver board looks like underneath the play field. Every one of the sensors plugs in a different place there. That's what they look like when they come from the factory, snap apart and hook them up. And these are digital sensors. So when you remember the sensors like they used in the early Williams days, they were analog devices. So they had a little potentiometer under them. You had to get a little screwdriver with a little red LED on there that would tell you when the thing was triggered, and you'd have to tweak it every so often. You get it tweaked just right, and you'd walk away from your game and not play it for a month. You come back, and sure enough, the switch don't register again because the light's always on. You have to go tweak it again. This is all done with digital devices that are adjustable in the game settings menu. So that's a really cool thing too. Still more to address. New direct drive motor assemblies. So the original train motion, this is that drags the train back and forth across the middle of the playfield. They use these multi-gear kind of complex setups to hook to the shaft of the motor and control the speed by how many gears they put in and which ones you actually connect it to. And this, you can't blame them for doing this, because these were parts that were used in like Medieval Madness and the drawbridge to bring it up and down. They were using the Monster Bash Frankenstein table going up and down. These were the existing parts, so you can't blame them for using those. It's just that they get sluggish over time. They get gooped up with things that are supposed to be lubricating them that turn to peanut butter over the years and mess things up. And a lot of the times the sprockets themselves will break, and you'll end up with teeth that are missing, and then you get jerky motion and things. So we wanted to do away with all that. So we came up with a direct drive, hooking it right up to the shaft and a cam on the motor. And that's for the train. This is underneath, makes the mine move up and down. That's the assembly that does that. Again, unsightly gears, much cleaner, much more reliable, much better. Still more to address. Now we get to some really pretty stuff, some really beautiful sculpture replacements and additions that we put in the game. So you walk up to the Cactus Canyon game and you look around and you're starting to think of things that need to be replaced or updated or made to look better. This guy screams at you. He screams at you, replace me, replace me. But we thought, well, maybe we could paint him up a little bit. And we could add a little more detail, an antiquing thing, make him look more realistic. So we sent some of these out to be hand painted. And yeah, it looks better, but it really wasn't the look we were going for. So we put quite a bit more effort into it as an artist, and this is what we came up with. And I think he looks pretty awesome. He's on a brow there and all. Bad dude. The mine entrance. This one was made out of kind of a thin material that was very fragile. You get cracks and breaks where it attached. A lot of times ball impacts would crack and break it. We came up with a much thicker, more flexible type of material, kind of like a vinyl that would take the shocks and not break, and of course added a bunch more detail to it and make it look more realistic. So that was fun. And of course, because we have RGB LEDs now, it's really cool to light the scoop from the underside of the playfield and let you know when you can shoot there and with the color of what you're shooting for, jackpots or blocks and those sorts of things. Very cool looking. The original train for the game was just a vacuum formed thing, and so we actually made a die-cast metal train to take its place. That's a big upgrade right there. And the pistols on the bottom arch, another huge upgrade. And these were just vacuum formed also, so they look three-dimensional from above, but they were just very hollow, and you can see that they get broken. The trigger guard's broken on this guy. We came up with three-dimensional, complete, solid models for those. So very, very cool sculptures. And we put, some cactuses or cacti, or I come from the desert Southwest, and I don't even understand that subtlety. But let's just say there are multiple cactus sculptures that we added. How's that? That'll work. We have a mine cart and an track coming off the back of here. This is where the ball kind of comes out from underneath here. It kicks out into the scoop, so we're kind of hiding the scoop a little bit. That's an LE only feature. So the mine cart and this attached to the existing special edition cave mine opening. So, and then we added some track timbers that go underneath the tracks that go across the screen here. Again, an LE only, but adds a lot to the train tracks there. Excuse me, my voice. I will say that my cough is my most persistent COVID thing, so the voice gets to me every so often. I'm going to work through this, though. So, new artwork added, more things to address. In the original game, right behind the shooter bowl that the ball goes into every time you launch the ball. There was a couple of plastics that were sandwiched one on top of the other, and they really looked like an afterthought. I know they were put there to keep the ball from getting trapped in this area, because that kind of comes to light and late in the development cycle a lot of times. But we thought that needed some artwork. So what we did was add a little guy taking a bath there on top of the upper plastic. So big difference, makes it look a lot more finished, a lot more polished. Right ramp decal. So you see the main ramp coming over the top, but underneath here is a right ramp that comes up this side, almost like an orbit shot. The thing comes around, feeds this wire ramp that comes back down. This had no decal on it at all. So you can see straight through to the back of the play field, and no artwork under there. Obviously something they wanted to get back to and never made it to. So we did. This is where we did the bank robbery, one I showed you a part of earlier. And I think it came out really well. And it looks like it belongs there. Stunning bottom arches. So this is really cool. The original game looks like this below. These are vacuum formed things that are just kind of attached onto here with a single screw that were easy to break and all. This is our all metal powder coated special edition plus arch. And you can see it just looks, they just look amazing. So proud of the way these came out. And then, of course, our laser etched stained wood top LE arch. These are even better. I mean, just amazing. That's a metal numbered limited edition plaque that they go on. This is the LE only again. And yeah, laser etched wood, stained, beautiful, beautiful. And then some of those details I was talking about earlier. This is one of them. This bottom arch cover, this is just a piece of wood that goes on top of the LE bottom arch. This has to be cut out, cut to shape, and then you have to put it in and route it out, CNC route all these things. You have to drill the holes in it, all the different size holes. This is a lot of passes on this one piece. Then it goes to the laser, gets laser etched. When it does that, it kind of singes the whole top here, so you got to sand that all down. When you sand it down, you get something that looks much nicer. And then, of course, you got to stain it, you got to seal it, you got to, assemble it, all these things. But here's one of these cool features, they're just a little detail. So these bullets that sit on the bottom arch here, some of them are upright, some of them are laying on their side, and they're both put in with screws that just come in from underneath like so. Well, when you do that, you've got these really pretty, powder coated and nice, beautiful wooden finished arches. The first thing happens when you start putting a screw in from underneath into that sideways bullet, when it gets tight, it wants to twist. And when it twists, it'll make a nice semicircular arc and mess up your powder coat or mess up your wooden arch here. So seeing that as a problem and taking extra steps, the details, it's all in the details to make sure that doesn't happen. Cut a little bit of a routed out oval shape here, cut a slot in this. Now, when you pull that down with the screw and hold it into place, it can't spin anymore. The slot and the notch lock it into place. There's little details like that I see throughout, building and design in this company that make me so proud to be part of it. Here's the side of the old bottom arch. And you see from this how much we dropped the profile there of the arch, how much lower the new arch is than the old one was. And that makes it easier for the little short guys among us to be able to see over the top and play and actually see the pinball and follow it for some of our shorter pinball players. Children, let's just say children. Also, you can see that they've changed the wooden rail down here and just extended it a little bit rather than have this extra metal part with the extra things and screw in and all that. All we have to do is just extend that wooden rail. You can also see the superior quality of our plywood in these pictures as compared to the old days. And it's something, again, that we make cabinets. We've been making play fields forever, and something we're really proud of is nobody makes them like we do. Yep, and there's still even more to address. Sound and music work. We had to clean up a lot of the original sounds and music. We even were able to unlock some never used hidden treasure original callouts, because when the game is being developed, somebody is recording sound, somebody's making dot matrix display animations and things like that. And all this information is stored in read-only memory ROMs inside the game's CPU board. They snap into one of those IC sockets. Well, they load that up a long time before they're actually called in. So as the programmers go through and they're able to add features, they can quickly just call that memory location and get these sounds, and call that memory location and get these dot matrix display animation. And so those are in there waiting for the programmer to call on them long before they're ever actually put into the software. Well, when you never finish the software, then they just kind of got lost. They just sit there and you don't even know they're there anymore. So we were able to find, when we start digging into this, a lot of original call outs. So we were able to put those in the remake game, which makes it all that much more rich for us. And of course, you have to have some new music and call outs and sound effects, because a lot of them just weren't ever gotten to in this game. It was such a short production run that, they did what they could. And last but not least, you've got a nice new shooter rod here. That's, in the old days, they had a plastic one here that they used in like the Circus Voltaires and the Theater of Magic and all that. It was in Cactus Canyon also. Well, why use a plastic one when you can put a real pinball on there and thread it on there? It's really cool, very effective, and very, very neat looking. Did I say least? I didn't mean least or last, because that certainly would happen to be our topper. We made an integrated, interactive Cactus Canyon topper for this game. That's where we really were able to step out and show what we can do and how we can complement the game. This thing is an amazing work of art. It's an amazing work of technology. It's got a 48 LED strip behind these stars here, which move back and forth and let you aim with your flipper buttons, which windows you want to shoot under and try and take out the bad guy. Excuse me. And so you got backlit windows here, and all of these different windows, and some of them have good guys behind them, some of them have bad guys. When they light up, you got to move the stars over to which one you want to shoot. Don't shoot the good guys, only shoot the bad guys. And then on top of that, there's a piece of acrylic in front of these that's edge lit, and you can kind of see there's some etching on the front of these. So they're like a skull and crossbones there. So when you hit the right guy, you get a green skull and crossbones. If you hit somebody you weren't supposed to, it's a red skull and crossbones, and it's game over. And so the topper really is a game within a game. It's like a game all in itself. We have an animated Bart figure here that can move his arms up and down. He can draw with either left or right guns. There are motors that control each arm independently, and he has a knockback feature. So that there's a coil that pulls him back when he's hit. So he can, got me, partner, kind of thing. Lots of RGB LED lighting and all these kind of things. This is an assembly aid that I put together to kind of show how this stuff is wired and everything. You can see the motors behind Bart and the little Hall effect boards for his guns, and so you know where his gun is, what position his gun is. All the light boards that go all the way around this thing, all the different, all the routing and everything that was done for all of the cabling and everything, and how it all connects. This is a back view with the Topper 3 board that was designed specifically for this Topper. And we thought we were designing in some headroom, but by the time we were finished, all the control lines were magically all used up. And you can see how, because there's just a lot of things going on here, a lot of things to control. And it's just a complex beast. And so here's a wiring diagram that I put together for it, just to show that this got more electrical connections than some of the old solid state games, entire games do. It's just amazing. And when you go to assemble one, I've done a lot of assembly drawings in my time, and I couldn't come up with a way to do it in 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5. I had to do 8 separate assembly drawings to show how to put this thing together and all the parts that were involved in doing it. 8 different assembly drawings. Complex piece. A lot of fun to play. So I'm going to switch gears now and show you a little bit. That's kind of the end of the Cactus Canyon Remake, what we did to the game. I want to show a little bit of what's going on at the factory right now. I was there a couple of weeks ago, and I went around taking pictures after everybody went home one night so that we could I could show you some of the ways that we put these games together. So these are back panels for Cactus Canyon, assembling them. That's how they store them after they put them together. And this is all done on assembly benches, and all the big pieces are put together, and they're all stored, and then they're taken to the line at different points, and they're added to the game as needed. This is just an empty one of these, just to kind of show the kind of forethought and planning that goes into. We're going to have all these tubs, these plastic tubs that have the translights on them, and you got glass and you got plastic, things that could get easily scratched and marred and all that kind of stuff. So you put nylon gliders in here, top and bottom, and you don't just want to stack these on top of one another, laying somewhere and scratch them and all that sort of thing. So you have this entire cabinets that are just made to hold a bunch of translights. And that's really cool. Here's more of them cactus sculptures. Yeah, there are a lot of those. They're all attached to little clear plastic circles. So this is kind of an assembly already. And then some of those assemblies go over and then get attached to a playfield plastic. So this is the upper left corner plastic. There's like 2 cactus sculptures at the top of the playfield, one on either side of the lanes up there. This is a box full of the ones to the left side. Drop targets, and more drop targets. 4 per game. They're going to add up pretty quick. And you notice too that CGC is part of Churchill Cabinets, and we make cabinets for a lot of the games here. You're welcome for the free advertising, Play Mechanics and Raw Thrills. But man, when you got decals that weren't good enough to put on a cabinet, they really make a good shelf covering. So, nothing goes to waste. Here's some electronic flashers and micro switch assemblies. So these are 2 separate, basically, assemblies that are soldered then together and hooked with one. This is one cable that wires into both parts. And those are made up by the hundreds so that you can then add them quickly to this ramp here. You see, again, some more free Raw Thrills advertisement there. Product placement, I guess you'd call it. So yeah, we got fixtures here that are made to clamp down and hold a ramp in place, and so it doesn't end up getting set on a rough surface and get scratched and messed up while they're screwing in all these little things and riveting things to it and adding decals. So Little fixtures like that are very, very handy on the benches. All the parts and everything that go into making this ramp are right here together. Someone sits right there and just builds these all day long and makes a big pile of them. Very cool. Then when your bench is covered, you got to move into a box, and there's like several different layers of the paper in between here. Find a way to stack them when it doesn't damage them. Lots of ramps and ramps and ramps. Here we got train tracks and train stations all aboard. Plenty of them coming there. Oh boy, and we got some BARTs here going now. Look at all the BARTs. And then we got BART overload and BART overflow. So yeah, here we go. Lots of BARTs. Very cool. Wire gates for the main ramp up the center. Those can be quickly added to this guy along with a bunch of those inductive sensors, because there's one of those on the ramp too, and then you stack them up. And every game, every different assembly has to have a different way to stack it and hold it and keep it and set up all these benches. It's really a fascinating process. Now I'm going to skip on to playfield, show you a little bit about the playfields here. So we got the playfields get some posts and sleeve posts and things like that, and key nuts and these wire ball guides added to them first and foremost. Then they turn it over and they use this fixture to insert all the wood rails that go into the game. You lay the playfield on there, it centers up perfectly, keeps everything perfectly straight, and you just go down the line, putting those in. You put in the brackets that hold the playfield underneath while it's in the cabinet, some ball guides, key nuts, all those kinds of things for the opposite side. Then it gets added to a playfield rotisserie, and it gets put on the line. So the first place in the line there, they're adding jet bumpers and gates, wire gates. You keep the ball basically attached to the wiring. Satellite ones have all been put on. And you add the items to the top of the playfield, make sure everything's all plugged in, and then you're able to take it over to the test fixture. So this is like the initial power up, hold your breath, smoke test kind of thing on a playfield. Make sure that everything, by hand, you can actuate all the switches and the lights and seem to be working, and you can check it out with the sounds. It's got like a speaker, like a cabinet has. It has the back box driver stuff that just plugs into the playfield there, and you've got a screen there for the dot matrix display, so you can pretty much get a good feeling that the playfield's put together right and it's going to function. Then you take it over. You got to get some cabinets going to put these playfields in. So first step here, after you've detailed and put it all together, of course, is ground braids. You add some ground braid to the inside of the cabinet. Everything metal that goes through the cabinet's got to be grounded for safety purposes. And so you end up using 12, 15, 20 feet of ground braid inside a cabinet every time you build one. You move it on down, that's ground braid, and you're coming on down this way. You got parts on either side here of things that are going to go inside the cabinet. This is a kind of a three-headed beast here. It's got the power switches for underneath where you turn on your game. It's got the outlet at the back of the game that you plug your cable into, and it's got the power supply, the main power supply for the game that mounts in the bottom of the cabinet. So these are kind of all tethered together with wiring, and they're all mounted at the same station at the same time in a cabinet. And then you get to bring that playfield that you're pretty sure works all right, and you put it in with this cabinet that you're hoping works all right, and you start hooking everything together and send it over to final assembly and test. When you get over there, you're going to put the whole thing, the completed sort of game, on a wooden cart. Notice all the wooden carts here. Doug loves his wood. I mean, we're like the Native Americans with the buffalo. When a buffalo died, there's no waste. The same thing with us. When a tree dies, there's no waste. We use every bit of wood you can possibly imagine. There's always a use for it. If there were a way to possibly build a wooden toilet, Doug would do it. I'm certain of it. In fact, this is what the wheels look like on his car. You think I'm kidding, don't you? But it's true. So lots of games here that are getting ready to get all plugged in with all the cabling and everything, get ready to power them up, bring them over to the area where they become a full game now that's playable. The cart has the proper pitch to it, so you can sit here and play them on these wooden carts, adjust all the switches, make sure everything's fully functional as a complete game. Back box, lighting, sound, dot matrix display, coin door, everything's in here now. and you can tell that the game's good to go. You put your stamp on it, good to go. Get a piece of playfield glass. There's a couple of pieces over here in the corner. Okay, quite a few pieces. Yeah, that's a lot of glass right over there. Imagine how heavy that pallet is. That's a lot of glass. And now we get to the end where we've added all the packing material, put your glass in, you've got things taped to it, instructions, it's got its serial number and everything, where it's going, who it's for, and it gets ready to go into a box. You slide it down the rollers here and into this cradle. The cradle then tips up and tips it where it'll slide easily into a box. That's how we get a pinball machine into a box. It's pretty cool when you have the right tools, as usual. And then we slide it over here and we add some banding to it, and we band it to an oversized pallet. That's one of the keys for our games that keeps it from getting damaged in transit. When you can keep stuff from getting right up against it and rubbing and poking holes in this, you can assure a lot easier that its game will get where it's going and not be damaged. So oversized pallet is what we use for that. So what takes CGC so long? Well, the game was played at Cactus Canyon was played at Expo in basically Halloween. We noted some nagging issues. People didn't notice that there was anything wrong with the game, but we noticed things. The drop targets still weren't doing what we wanted them to do. There was playfield wear around the mine hole here. We were starting to see damage around Bart's head. We did not want that to happen. So, we made protectors for that. And we took time to stop and make some final changes to the drop targets and all. So contrary to popular belief, this was not one of the problems that we found at Expo. We had a couple of games that we wanted to put toppers on. We only had one, we were prototyping metal parts that held his arms on. And we only had one set of those. So we hooked it up to one of the games. It worked great. We didn't have time to get another one in before the show. So we thought, maybe we can do a 3D printed version of it. And we could get through the weekend at Expo. No, didn't work. Both arms fell off in short order. Somebody posted this online and said, you're lucky. It's good that my arms fell off after Kaneda left. So I got a kind of a chuckle out of that. But, there's an old adage about using 3D printed parts in production pinball. Don't. It's not good. So inductor sensor inconsistencies. We had to fine tune some of the circuitry there because we were getting places where you get multiple scores for the same shot or not enough score for you don't want to make a ramp shot and not get credit for it. That's really terrible. So I think that's the worst of the two things. You'll take the 12 extra ones that you got for making that ramp once, but you don't like it when you make it and you don't get scored. So got all that fixed up, and now we started shipping games, and they're going out in pretty good quantities, and they're actually getting quite a bit out into the public. And basically, when it's our company philosophy. I mean, there are three things you have to weigh when you go to get something. How much it's going to cost you, the price, how good it's going to be, its quality, and how long it's going to take to get it, and the time to delivery. We're basically chasing perfection and exercising high standards at every step of the way when we build your game. We don't like compromising. And if we do have to compromise, the time to delivery is what we're going to compromise on. Because as our boss always says, our customers will forgive late. They will not forgive wrong. So, we're building high quality games at a really good price. Sometimes it just takes a little longer to get them out to you. And with that, I'll take some questions if anybody has anything.
Well, I have a couple of questions from the chat.
Okay.
The first one is, when do you think the LE run will actually start?
Oh, they love that. Let's see a lot of what you saw on those benches there. That doesn't have to be special edition parts. So the start of LE is when you actually get them, shipping them out the door. But you can have a lot of the parts already made. You can switch over if you're waiting like we are right now. It happens to be on some of the topper parts are still kind of holdouts for us. So until you have every single part, you can't make the game complete, but you can start, building up a lot of the games and then turn them into LEs in the final, how you make the cabinet, how you add the toys to the play field, those sorts of things, and putting a topper on it. So it's a really tough question to answer these days, especially with the way parts and things. We ran out of boxes a while back, and the same guy that's been making boxes for Chicago Gaming Company for 30 years wouldn't even return a phone call or an email because he just couldn't get the materials. And so you don't see stuff like that coming, and little things that you're getting from here or from overseas, you just really, it's a guess. And I don't like making guesses, but very soon.
And then the second question in the chat was, when will some upgraded code be released?
That's the extended code that I was talking about. That's the upgrade. I mean, there are some little bug fixes, things that will be available to owners soon. I know we found an issue with the ball search in the game, that it had a little code bug in it where it was taking way too long to search for the ball. So when the ball kind of sometimes gets hung up there right next to Bart's ear, or it sticks somewhere else on the play field, it seems to take forever to go through a ball search. So little things like that we've got fixes, those will be available pretty soon on the website, like our other software updates. But this extended code thing, they're working through getting that ready to go. They're looking through the design document and what's in the code already and going line by line through that. Josh is playing a big part in that, and Sam's there. We'll be helping finish that up. But there's some work to be done on the mech yet. We make sure that it's really reliable and does what we want it to do. So if you're asking about the extended code, that's going to be a little further down the road, because we obviously need to get our games out first. But yeah, the other types of bug fix type codes will be coming out soon.
And then I have one last question from chat, and that is, will the topper be sold separately, and can they add it to their SE?
No, toppers are not available. We are not parts sales at Chicago Gaming. We sell games. So the topper is not going to be available through Planetary separately or anything like that. It comes on a game, or it won't be ever available for that game. So SE Plus is down the road. If you're able to buy an SE Plus and didn't get in on the LEs, that's the way to get the topper down the road.
All right, I think that's everything from everybody here.
Well, I have a couple of other quick slides I could show you, some of the really cool stuff at the factory, if you don't mind a couple more minutes.
Well, we're already running a little bit long on this one, and we do need to prep for the next one.
Okay.
But I sure appreciate your time.
I'll bring them next year then. Thank you, sir.
Sounds great.
All right. Thank you so much.
All right. Thanks, everybody, for coming into the presentation with Butch. Our next presentation is going to be at 5 o'clock with Mike and Dwight from Stern Pinball. It's going to be Lookout Frisbees, and I think they're going to be giving some stuff out, so you should probably come. Thanks again, Butch.
Take care.
I'll be here tonight. I can hear you somehow calling out my name on and on. It moves me like a drum. Never losing hope now. Keeping up the faith. I know there'll be a day where I will find love where I belong. In love where I belong. A love where I belong. Love where I seek me out, you look up at the moon. I know gravity will pull me down to you. I can hear you somehow calling out my name on and on. It moves me like a drum. Never losing hope now. Keeping up the faith. I know there'll be a day where I will find love where I belong. Love where I holding tight while it lasted. I thought that we were forever. I didn't know any better. Took a second chance, trusted you again. I feel shattered. Broken strings, cause you play me like a violin. Shame on me for all your 7 deadly sins. Had it all, but you craved attention. Drowning in your own reflection. Put me down just to see me get back up again. 6 feet under and you're ready to give all the pain. If I was
Is this testing? Testing? Sounds like it's great.
Check. All right, I think we're good.
Left ramp. Let's see what he does here, and he does. Oh, and takes the tilt anyway. Yeah, that was pretty rough there.
You guys ready? All right. Let's get ready for the 5 o'clock seminar. Look out Frisbees, pinball trivia for prizes with Mike and Dwight from Stern Pinball. Take it away, guys.
Hey. Can you hear me?
Hello? Hello, everybody.
Hello. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can
Awesome.
you hear me?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm Dwight. That's Mike. Mike, go ahead. Take it away.
All right. So my name is Mike Vinikour. I'm an associate game developer at Stern Pinball. I have been there for a little over 5.5 years now, but I've been in the game industry for 28. I started at Williams Ballet Midway in the 90s, where I met Dwight for the first time. I worked in video back then, and I was a game tester for a number of years until I ran their field test program, which meant I was in charge of the field test for pinball and video. Did console video game design for 9 years after that, and then I decided if I'm going to stay in games, it's got to be pinball. It took a number of years after that before I worked my way over to Stern. And at Stern, I wear a lot of hats, and it keeps changing from year to year, but I help a lot now with rule design. I did the expression light shows for Rush and for Led Zeppelin. And I oversee all of our software testing, and they send me to all of these pinball shows that Marco does so I could represent Stern. Because I have the unique position of working on every game, so I can speak about every game, which is why they send me to these ones.
Yeah. He sort of glossed over it a bit, but from my seat, a key thing that Mike does is help with pinball rules. He's helped me with many of my games. So my name is Dwight Sullivan. I've been in the industry about the same amount of time. I started in 1989. I worked for Williams. I worked for Williams for 10 years, being the lead programmer on pinball machines. What did I do? Like T2 and Getaway and Riverboat Gambler and
Next
Generation, stuff like that. More. Who done it?
Who done it?
I don't
Junkyard?
know. Yeah.
He worked on Revenge from Mars.
And then pinball died, right? Very sad. And Stern picked me up, and I went to Stern, and I worked at Stern for like 10 years. And at Stern, I did Pirates of the Caribbean and a couple other games.
Sharky Shootout.
Sharky Shootout, yep. And then pinball died again. And I went back to Williams. Now it's called WMS, and I made slot machines for 6 years. And now that was at 2008. From 2008 to 2014, I made slot machines at WMS. And then at some point, George calls me up and says, hey, pinball's on a rise again. It's 2014 now, and we need you to come back. So I said, please, I'll come back. And now I'm back at Stern making pinball machines again. I'm a senior. Today I call myself a senior game developer. And I could go in, we could do hours just talking about that if you want, but we don't want to because you guys came for prizes.
That's right. But we will, after the game show portion, we will do a Q&A.
Yep.
So you guys have any questions after the game show part, we're happy to answer whatever we can, except don't ask us what the next game is.
Yeah, or anything about the future. But
right.
anything about the past or today, like you want to ask me what I had for lunch, I'm game for that.
Yeah. And if you want to ask us what our most current game is, which is Rush, that is fine, but we don't know anything beyond today.
Yeah. All right, so today we're going to play a game called Look Out Frisbees. It's a game that Mike and I developed because we're developers, right? And it's a really simple game. We're going to throw Frisbees to the crowd, and the Frisbees have on them red or blue markings. And if you catch a Frisbee, you're on a team. You're either on the red team or the blue team, and then you'll come down here. And then go ahead, Mike. What are we going to do?
So it'll be two teams of three.
Yep.
You catch the Frisbees, you come down here. Your team we will ask a trivia question about general pinball stuff.
Yep.
And your team can answer as a team. You'll pick a team captain to be the voice for your team, but you can all collaborate on what you want your answers to be.
So like the red team will stand over here, and the blue team will stand over there. And the questions are like for example,
name a pinball machine with Arnold Schwarzenegger.
T2.
Last Action Hero.
T3. Ha!
I can't think of any more.
So then my team wins. That team gets a Frisbee as a consolation prize. The winning team gets a prize that's over here, that's left over here. We've got banners and T-shirts today. Some of these T-shirts are for kids.
Yeah, the gray ones with the little creature guy on there are children's sizes. The black T-shirts over here are adult sizes.
And then we have lots of banners for Beatles, Led Zeppelin, and Munsters banners. So those are the prizes for the winning team. If you win, please don't play again until like everyone in the room has had a chance to win. If you lose or you haven't played, then please play again.
Yeah.
And that's,
basically, if you win one of the banners or the T-shirts, you're out. But if you win a Frisbee, if it's a consolation prize, you're welcome to try again.
And we're going to do this about 5 times, and then we're going to do some Q&A.
Yep.
Does that sound like fun? Yeah?
All right.
All right. Should we get started?
Sounds good to me.
You want to throw some Frisbees?
I'll throw a couple.
All right. All right, I'm going to put the mic down. This is my favorite part. Who wants to play?
Oh, no! I tossed it right to you.
You know, I've been doing this for years. I've never hit anybody. Oh, my God. Wait a minute.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hit you.
All right, we have 2 teams. I can't believe you did that. Are you okay?
Yeah.
All right, his name is Mike Vinikour for the lawsuit. All right, so if you have a Frisbee, come on down.
All right, if you have a blue Frisbee, come over to me. If you have a red Frisbee, go to
Red
Dwight.
team. Red team is the cool team. We're over here on this side. Do you know the first question?
I do not. You have the
All right,
questions. Okay.
Okay. Okay, so you want to go first?
Yeah, give me a trial.
We're going to... What are we doing?
So we're going to ask a question.
And
the red team gets to answer first, right? So you guys work as a team.
Yeah.
So
and you can ask
you
the
can
crowd.
talk amongst each other. One of you, who wants to be the captain of the team? One of you 3.
Yeah, you guys need to pick a captain.
Okay, so your whatever answer you give me is the answer. But you guys can collaborate together and decide. And when you speak it, that's what counts.
Right. What the captain says counts, but the audience can also shout out answers.
Yeah, you can solicit help from the audience.
And if you don't trust the audience or whatever you want to do, whatever the captain says is the answer you guys pick. If you say an answer that has been picked already or is wrong, then your team loses. If you say nothing, then your team loses. But if you say a new answer that hasn't been said yet, then it switches back to the other side. Then they have to pick something.
And we will
keep
trust
going back and forth until somebody can't answer something.
And we will trust the audience so much that we might actually ourselves solicit the audience for more answers in case we run out of them.
All right, are we ready?
Oh, I think we're ready. Are you guys ready?
All right, here we go. I'll ask the first question.
Okay.
All right, are you guys ready? So you guys are going to go first. Name a pinball machine made in the 1990s. Are you ready?
Stargate?
Stargate.
Yep. All right, name a pinball machine made in the 1990s.
Star Trek: The Next Generation.
All right, that's a good one. That's one of my favorites.
Yeah, that's good. Sucking up to one of the hosts. Thumbs up.
Creature from the Black Lagoon.
Creature from the Black Lagoon.
Yep.
The Addams Family.
Adam's Family. Adam's Family.
Let's
yep.
pause.
Okay.
We forgot one thing.
What's that?
What's our teammates? Or what's our team?
Oh yeah, give us all your names.
All right,
you
so
go first, red team.
All right, red team. First, the captain. What's your name?
My name is Brett Lorraine.
My name's Nick, and I have no clue.
I'm Emily.
And Emily. So we've got Nick, Matt, and Emily, right? Yeah. Did I get that wrong?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Now you'll make me feel better because I'm going to forget everybody's names too. What's your name?
Chris. Dave.
Seth.
All right. Now
Dave and Seth.
We were supposed to do that in the beginning.
Yeah.
Right. So just you guys imagine that we did that in the beginning.
Yeah. Bear with us. This is only our second show doing this together.
All right. So now we resume. I think they said,
they said the
Star
Addams
Trek.
Family. They said the Addams Family.
Addams Family.
Yep.
So we need another game in the 1990s. Captain.
Theater of Magic.
Theater of Magic.
Yep.
That's good.
Tales of the Arabian Nights.
Yep.
Toten. You guys can shout out answers.
Which one?
It's on you, though, if he's wrong. And there's also a timer. We don't have a timer, but we're just going to wing it.
Yeah.
Like if you go too long, you lose. Ready?
Yeah. Indiana Jones: The Pinball Adventures.
Awesome.
Yep.
Twilight Zone.
Twilight Zone. That's another good one.
Medieval Madness.
Another great one.
Another good one.
A lot of these games are in the room right over there.
Starship Troopers.
Starship Troopers. Yep, that's a good one.
Five, 4, 3.
Monster Bash.
Monster Bash.
Monster Bash.
Yeah, go with the crowd. Whitewater.
Whitewater. Good
Whitewater.
one.
I'm losing track of what we said.
Thank you, audience.
Right, somebody, Jerry, remember what we've said.
Okay.
Bram Stoker's Dracula.
Oh, that's another good one.
Oh, a good one. One of my favorites.
There's too many games were made in the 90s.
Congo.
Congo. Good one.
Congo, awesome.
Yeah. Getaway.
Awesome.
Oh, one of
Another good
yours,
game.
Dwight.
Shadow.
Shadow. a good
Shadow's
one.
another good one.
Alien Attack from Mars.
I'm sorry, say it again.
Attack from Mars.
Okay, that
Attack
was
from
close.
Mars, yeah.
That was close.
Indianapolis 500.
Indy 500. Good one.
Come on, audience, help.
Oh.
You guys ready?
Revenge from Mars.
Revenge from Mars.
Yep.
That works.
Yeah, Junkyard.
Junkyard.
Another great game. Oh my God.
Yes. We've covered many of Dwight's games in this question.
Yeah. Data East Stars.
Yeah, that works.
Yep, that works.
Revenge from Mars.
That one's already been said. They picked that one.
Ooh.
They picked them both. Yeah. So these blue team loses.
All right. Or that is how it goes.
So you guys each grab a frisbee.
blue
I need
team-
those ones back, but grab one over here for each of you.
Blue team can get a frisbee and can play again, right? And red team, please, and everyone, please give me my frisbees back. Well, and then the red team can get a banner or a T-shirt.
The winning team gets to pick the shirts or the. But if you catch another, you can still play again though. So if you catch another frisbee, then you could try again.
Putting this down.
All the rest of it, I don't think we have time to read off the rest of them.
Here, don't throw all the blue ones.
Okay. Oh yeah, good thinking. We gotta mix them up. All right, you guys ready for round 2?
All right, is this fun? Should we keep going?
Yeah.
All right.
All right, raise your hands if you want in.
All right, here we go.
All right, if you got a blue frisbee, come see me. If you got a red frisbee, go see Dwight.
I'm sorry about that. That was funny though. Like if for everyone but you. Okay.
Frisbees, please.
All right, so red team, please stand right over there by the stairs.
All right, Dwight, I'll get the introductions from my team first since you got yours the last
Okay.
time. All right, what's your name?
Hi, Lorraine.
Kyle.
James.
Scott.
Scott. Nice to meet you
All
guys.
right,
Good luck.
So we had Tyler, James, and Scott.
Kyle, right?
Kyle's,
Kyle?
James, and
Kyle,
Scott.
James,
Okay,
Scott.
red team, who we got?
Dave.
Mike.
Brandon.
Brandon. So Dave, Mike, and Brandon is the red team. Who's your captain? You guys got to pick a captain. It's whatever the captain says that counts.
I'm nominating Mike for your captain.
Is Mike? All right, Brendan. Brendan's the captain.
I was going to nominate Mike for the captain if they, but go ahead, whatever
they
they
get to
want.
pick
it's cool.
whatever they
Yeah,
want.
it's good.
Is it Mike? There's.
Yeah.
Who's on first? I hear it's Mike. Okay, I don't think
All right,
it
who would
doesn't
you
matter
guys-
that much.
Who do you guys want to be your captain? You're going to be the all right. Perfect.
All right, Brandon wants to do it. He's the man.
All right.
All right.
Are you guys ready?
I have a captain.
All right, Dwight, you got the clipboard?
I got.
Any
I can
question
just
number
say it if you
2?
want.
Yeah, go ahead. We got question
You got
number
this.
2.
You got this. All right.
I don't know question number 2.
Do you know? Would you want to read it?
Oh, you have to. I don't have the clipboard. You have to
Do
read
you
it
want
to
me
me.
to bring it over to you?
Sure, I'll read it. Yeah.
Who's on first? Third base.
All right. All right, everybody.
Oh, you go ahead and read it. Yeah. Yeah.
Name a Spike 2 pinball machine.
Right. So Spike 2 is Stern's latest system that we've been doing for a while now.
Should we tell them how long?
No.
Okay.
I shouldn't have told him that much, probably. I don't know.
It's all right.
It's a friendly game.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, red team goes first.
Red
Name
team
a
goes
Spike
first.
2
Name
pinball
a-
machine.
Right, what he said.
Star Wars.
Another great game.
Good one, yep.
Deadpool.
Deadpool, a fine choice, my friend. A fine choice.
Well, it may be. Okay? You know.
Stern's Jurassic Park.
Oh, another great game.
Another good one.
Rush.
Rush.
Yep. And just this is a good time to say this show is sponsored by Stern Pinball.
That's right.
Although,
thank you, Uncle Gary.
Okay, do you guys have one?
Stern's Godzilla.
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 There we go.
Batman 66.
Batman 66.
Batman 66. All right.
Led Zeppelin.
Led Zeppelin.
Guardians of the Galaxy.
Oh, there we go.
I'm liking all your guys' choices.
Cherry Bomb,
that I
right?
worked on.
Cherry Bomb, is that it?
Yeah.
The Munsters.
Oh, another great game.
Oh, good one.
Stranger Things.
Oh, excellent choice. Stranger
Mike,
Things.
that's one of Mike's games.
My largest design roll was on that one.
Avengers Infinity Quest.
Oh, good one.
There we go.
Elvira's House of Horrors.
Good choice.
You can shout it out.
Black Knight, Sword of Rage.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, good one.
The Mandalorian.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Dwight and I worked on that one together.
Iron Maiden.
Ooh.
All
One of
right.
my favorites. Iron Maiden.
That's my least favorite Keith game. And it's a good game, but yeah.
Ninja Turtles.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Good one.
Five, 4.
The Beatles.
There we go.
Good one, Beatles.
Anybody got any suggestions?
Jerry can't help with this one. Jerry can't. Jerry can help as long as he helps both teams. All right.
Jurassic Park Home Edition.
I mean, Jerry's worked on all these.
I think is Jurassic Park on Spike 2? That's right, it was. The other one before. Yeah, that
no,
counts. Jurassic Park
it
home
is.
pin.
Are they saying it? Is that
Yeah,
their answer?
that's what they said, yep.
All right, fine. All right.
Well, if they could say home pin, then I could say one too. That's exactly it.
The Star Wars home pin.
That was Spike 1, actually. Wait. I take it back.
Are you
that
sure?
was Spike 2 because it has the LCD.
Especially.
That counts.
All right, fine.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
No, just call it heavy metal. I think that's maybe the last one.
Heavy Metal.
No, it's Heavy Metal, actually, that one I can guarantee you was a Spike 1 game.
Is that their answer?
Yeah, they said Heavy Metal, so.
The red team wins again.
Red team wins again. So you guys each get blue team, you each get a Frisbee.
And red team, you each get any banner or T-shirt you want. All right, we're gonna need 6 more people.
I think you guys named all of them except Aerosmith.
It feels like there was at least one other.
There might be. I'm trying to think of.
Iron Maiden one. I'm sure Michael would like it.
By the way, it's the 22 games or 21 games that are all Insider connected, right?
Yep, yeah. Every Spike 2 game is now Insider connected.
And we're sponsored by Stern.
Yeah.
Here, take the random. Take those 3.
All right.
All right, who wants to play? We'll try not to hit anyone, I promise.
But no guarantees. You can't guarantee that.
All right, that works. Yeah, if you catch a Frisbee, you have to come up or hand it to somebody.
Yeah.
No, that's fine.
All
Right.
Blue Frisbees come see me. Red Frisbees to Dwight.
Come on, red team.
right,
let's
Frisbees,
be 3-0 this time, red team.
Yeah, well, I gotta keep the ones with the colors on them. Where's my third?
I need
There we go.
Frisbees.
I'm hoping I'm with the smart red people.
I'm expecting him to carry us.
Am I naming this one?
Yes, you are.
All right, but we need captains
yeah,
and
captain.
and
So
team names.
who is the captain on your team, and then tell me all your names.
Apparently it's me.
Okay, what's your name?
I'm Charlie.
Okay, Charlie. You're the captain, Charlie.
Charlie.
I'm Rob.
I'm Jeff.
Good team over there. What do we got over here?
I'm Mike.
Mike, the guy who running this whole show.
Greg.
I'm Jack.
Mike, Greg, and Jack. We got a good team over here too.
All right. Good luck, everybody.
Yep. All right. Question number 3.
Don't forget, audience, you're welcome to chime in and shout
Yeah,
out
please speak
answers.
up.
Yeah.
It's like phone a friend, but they don't have to have phones. Okay, this is
They
a
don't
good
even
one.
need to be your friends.
Are you ready?
I am ready.
You want me to just name it? You already want
yeah, go ahead.
All
You
right, here we go. Name a Lyman Sheets pinball machine.
Now, this could be any game Lyman worked on at any company. So Williams, Data East, or Stern.
Yeah. All right, red team, you're first. Who's the captain? Wait. Mike's the captain. All right, Mike. You got an answer? All right.
Monster Bash.
Monster Bash, my favorite Lyman game.
All right, name a Lyman game.
Delica.
No, Metallica.
Metallica. Thank you.
Ooh, that was
Metallica,
close. All right, red team.
Come on, audience, help us. Help us.
ACDC.
ACDC.
Good one.
Okay.
Hellfire House of Horrors. Elvira. I can't. I'm a little hard on the ear.
You know,
Elvira.
Hellfire's the game I'm working on now, but I'm not supposed to tell you.
Wait, way to spill our next game.
I'm currently working on Hellfire. Thanks a lot.
I knew that. That was on purpose.
It's going to be all over the internet now.
All right, ready?
Yep. Tron.
Tron.
Oh, one of my absolute favorites.
And, yeah, we're digging in the past a little bit.
Medieval Madness.
Medieval Madness.
There we go. That's one I thought would go first.
Cactus Canyon Remake.
Oh, we'll accept that.
Yeah, we'll accept that, yeah.
You know, since it's the red team.
Spider-Man.
Excellent game. Spider-Man.
Does whatever a spider can.
Batman 66.
There we go.
Batman Dark Knight.
Excellent.
Cheater.
We've covered all the
You guys are-
Batman now.
You guys are cheating. Over there. Don't tell him that. Ready?
Attack from Mars.
Attack from Mars.
Yeah, we already there. That one was already said. Attack
The
from
very
Mars.
first was that the very first one?
Yeah.
It was okay.
Yeah.
I think you're right.
No, it wasn't this one. Yeah. All right, so blue team wins. Yeah. All right, blue team, you guys
thanks
get
for
to
letting him
choose a
win, guys. I
banner or a shirt.
understand.
Red team, you guys get one of these
You get a
Frisbees.
Frisbee, and you can play again.
One a Frisbee each for your team member on red. Yeah.
But it's up to them to trust you or not. It's their game on the line. Maybe. All right, how we doing? We doing all right?
You guys want to go one more round?
One or two?
One or two more rounds?
Yeah.
You guys up for two more? All right.
All right, mix those up and hand me 3.
2, 3.
All right. Here we go.
All right, raise your hands if you want to play.
Right here. Did you win yet? Are you in? Who wants to play over here?
All right, if you have a blue Frisbee, come see me. Thank you. Thanks.
Da-da-da. Oh, it's wrong game. Sorry.
All right, who is going to be the captain of your team?
Blue team.
All right. What's your name?
Carrie.
Patrick.
Chris again.
Chris again. Wow.
Chris again,
That's a
yeah.
strange last name. All right, red team. Who we got over here?
Jeff.
Jeff.
Elaine.
Elaine.
John.
John. Was your name John last time? All right, just making sure.
I'm glad you're keeping your story straight. Let me get the clipboard, so I'll read the next one.
Yep. Wait, who's your? You guys got to pick a team. I got to pick a captain. Who's your captain? Yeah, I'll be captain. Okay. Do they agree?
Yeah.
All right.
They made me.
All right.
Hey, a true captain takes his captainship, so I admire the drive.
I like it too.
All right.
You got it?
Yep. Name a licensed theme that has been done more than once.
All right, you guys ready? Red team goes first.
Star Wars.
Star Wars has been at least done once.
It has been done
at least twice.
4 times, I think.
Yeah.
At least 4.
Jurassic Park.
Jurassic Park, another good one.
Star Trek. Yeah. Star Trek.
All right, confer with your teammates. But I mean, Star Trek is your answer. No, you. That was your answer.
Yeah,
but-
you gave it. Correct.
Elvira.
Elvira, excellent.
Elvira. Oh, that's different too. I'm sorry. Shit.
Indiana Jones.
Oh, good choice.
Yep.
Mars. Attack from Mars. Revenge from Mars.
No, that doesn't count. That's a sequel. So.
It's a thing.
I'm
What did
willing
the
to give it to
audience
him.
say? You give it to him? All
Yeah.
right, we'll give it to you.
All right, but we're not taking that anymore.
Yeah.
All right.
Guns N' Roses.
Yeah, there we go.
A good one.
Terminator.
Steve Ritchie used to like go into somebody's office where there was a file cabinet, and he would take the file cabinet and he would like pull it out and shove it in really fast in the beat of T2, right? The T2 music would be, you know, like it would drive us nuts, but it was cool at the same time.
It's your turn. It's your turn.
Okay.
It's our red team.
The Simpsons.
The Simpsons.
Ooh, good one.
Black Knight.
Yep. Black Knight.
Black Knight's been done 3 times. Now, see, that's a sequel, but that's more like that's closer to.
Yeah.
Yeah, it almost breaks the rules. Beat blue team.
Batman.
Batman.
Yep.
Did we do that one already?
Did we do Batman already, crowd? I didn't
All right.
think so.
All right.
No? Yeah, okay.
It's all running together.
All right.
Lord of the Rings.
No. That's 2 different movie series, though. Well,
No, so they're not even.
We wouldn't. If he would have said Mandalorian, we would have said that didn't. That's
Right,
only
Mandalorian
one.
and Star Wars are different.
Yeah.
Hobbit and Lord of the Rings are different.
Yeah.
But are they? I think the blue team loses.
Yeah. No, I agree.
Okay.
Sorry, blue team, but you
All
guys
right.
each get a
Red
frisbee.
team, yay!
You could have a second frisbee if you.
But the blue team can play again.
Oh, you could have one of these too. Yeah. There you go. Since you got a frisbee, you get a frisbee.
Oh, the gray ones or the kid sizes? Yeah, they're small, but so extra large is a small kid. Is a large kid.
Yeah.
What?
Well, what size do you normally wear? Like, what size shirt do you have on now?
So an LG you'd kind of grow into maybe, or an XL you'd kind of grow into, but probably an MD right now.
What's his tag say?
Get large? Here we go. His name is John? I thought it was Kyle.
All right, we got one more question. We got one more round,
All right,
and then
one more
we'll do
round.
some questions and
Yeah,
Q&A.
we got good time.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll do one more. You got.
What's that? No, the kid sizes are the gray shirts.
You want to read this one?
I will. Sure, I can read
All
this
right,
one.
I'll go get the clipboard. Emoto's here. Holy shit. And I see Angelo in the crowd.
I will trade you.
Okay. All right. You know, people sitting in the front row are likely to get hit by Frisbees. Like they've lost teeth. She sat in the second row and got hit by a Frisbee because she wasn't paying attention.
All right, raise your hands if you want to play. This is going to be our last round.
You want to play right here? You want to play? I'm just going to duck this. Okay. Over there, Who else? Nice catch. You had your hand up. Did you want to play? Do we have 6 more people?
All right, blue. If you have a blue frisbee, see me.
All right, yep. Red frisbees on
Frisbees
the
is
cool
red,
team
see
over
Dwight.
here, please. Red team, do we have 3? All right, you guys got to pick a captain and then tell me your names in a second. Blue team, go ahead when you're ready.
Okay. You guys, who's the captain of your team? All right.
Chris once more. Yeah.
Leslie. Cynthia.
Wait, I didn't hear this name over here.
That's Chris again.
Well, okay. Like a third time? Is this? What happens if you lose this time, Chris? Do you have a support team at home?
But he's going on with a frisbee and a lanyard already.
We'll help you out. Just
all right.
All right. All right. Who do we have over here? James. Scott.
Trish.
Trish had to think about her name for a second there. She wasn't sure.
My name was Trophy Wife, but then I was like,
Oh.
that won't be funny.
Okay. Well, that wouldn't have been funny. So I'm kidding. I'm sorry.
Oh. All right.
Okay.
You guys ready to play?
I'm gonna get beat up, aren't I?
All right. For our final question, name a pinball company, and we have to preface this with they have to have produced at least 200 machines, and by that we mean if they only made one game, they had to build at least 200 of them. So,
Right. So name a pinball machine company that's produced games of 200 or more.
Yeah. Red team goes
Red
first.
team goes first. Wait. Hold on.
Yeah.
Who's the captain over here? You're the captain?
Yes.
Trish?
Yes.
Okay.
Stern.
Stern.
Great answer.
That's the what is it they say in the Family Feud? You got the number one answer.
That's the number one answer.
Number one
Ding.
answer. Ding, ding, ding.
We say Jersey Jacks.
There's a Jack.
Williams.
Williams.
Oh, excellent.
So wait. That's Williams, Valley, Midway.
Yes.
Because they were never separated. Oh no, they were.
They were. Yeah.
All right, never mind. To pretend I didn't say anything.
He's the spokesman.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I screwed
Valley,
it up.
yeah. Thanks,
I'm
Dwight.
sorry, Red team. You ready, Trish?
Stern Electronics.
That counts.
wait.
That was a separate company.
But let's lay down some rules.
Okay.
What's going to count? So that counts. Because,
That counts because it was a totally separate company.
All right. So it has to be a totally separate company. All
Yeah.
right. And Mike's
So-
the judge.
Yeah. So and Bally counts because before Williams bought Bally Midway was its own
Yeah.
company.
No. Right. Yeah.
So now
I realized that just after I
yeah.
said it.
We're all on the up and up still.
Because
so
I'm a
far.
moron. All right.
Data East.
Data East, yes.
Chicago Coin.
Chicago Coin.
That's a good
Chicago
one.
Gaming. No.
No, Chicago Coin was one too.
See, I should just shut up.
Yeah.
Capcom.
Capcom, good one.
Gottlieb.
What? Gottlieb. Okay.
Gottlieb.
Sega. Yeah.
Sega.
Sega.
Sega and Data East are the same company.
They got sold though. Different. They were because Data East sold it to Sega.
And then Gary bought.
And then
All
Gary
right.
bought it. So
All right.
yeah,
It's
now
the
that
exact
counts.
same company.
Yeah, it was the exact same company, but it was really
Fine.
three
You're a
different-
blue team person, aren't you?
All right.
Game Plan.
Oh, good.
Game
Digging
plan.
deep. I like it.
Have they made 200 games?
Yeah,
All right, all right.
absolutely.
Yeah. Zachariah.
Zachariah, another good one.
Alvin G.
Oh, that counts.
Yep, that counts because they were
counts.
separate. And I almost said Alvin G when someone said Gottlieb earlier.
No. Oh, machines.
Spooky Machines. Wait, Spooky.
Spooky.
Spooky Pinball.
Enter Flip.
The Spanish company.
Some Spanish company called Interflip.
I've never even heard of them. Anybody else ever
I
heard
need
about
somebody out here to back it up.
All right. All
They
right,
produced 200 games or more?
Yeah.
All right, we're good.
All right.
Good job. We're a team.
American.
Yeah.
American Pinball.
Kind of like American cheese, but only different.
Multimorphic.
Multimorphic. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yep.
Sorry.
Atari.
Where Steve worked in the beginning.
Yeah, that's where Steve Ritchie started.
Ginko.
Who are you?
Did they say Genko?
Yeah.
Wow, you have dug deep, my friend.
So spell that. Genko?
Yeah.
G-N-C-O.
Yeah,
Genko.
it's
all right.
yeah, that's
Name
totally
a,
legit.
Name a
right?
game they've done. Metro. Anybody here play a Metro? All right.
Dutch.
Did Dutch actually make tuner games? All right, I'll take Rob's word for it. Dutch Pinball.
No, they didn't make 200 pinballs.
They're claiming that they did.
They did not. What did they make? Name a title.
The Lebowski.
What? Did they make 200 Big Lebowskis? Emoto, what do you think? Emoto. Show me a show of hands. Dutch pinball counts.
All right, that looks like
Blue
a
team
win.
wins.
All right.
No, they don't win, but they win the round. Yeah.
Okay.
Allied Leisure.
Allied
Wow.
Leisure. Yeah.
You coming out back out of nowhere with that one. Good one.
Did Highway even make enough aliens? Chicago Gaming it is.
Chicago Gaming,
Yeah,
that counts.
I was waiting for that one.
I'm surprised that one didn't come sooner.
Me too. We just had 2 seminars about it.
Yeah.
Mildstar.
Mildstar.
Milestar. Trish is the captain, okay?
That was the same as Gottlieb. Did they
Audience,
publish
judge.
pins under Milestar? I think just the video games got the Milestar name. Were they?
Audience, do you guys?
Audience, does Milestar count as a separate company?
That's not very many hands.
Yeah, that's only 3 hands.
What pinball machine? Oh, okay, that's 7. No.
Data East and Sega are different companies.
They are. But does Milestar have a pinball title? What title do they make?
They're like the games that they like.
What title do they make? Qbert? Pinball machine? 200 of them? All right, let's keep going.
But the Qbert pinball machine was under the Gottlieb branded name.
How about if...
You know what? Why don't we call it a tie? We got enough banners there. We can call it a tie, right?
We only have 5 banners left.
We only
and
have
3
5
t-shirts.
banners, so somebody will have to take a
Somebody
T-shirt.
Somebody needs to take a T-shirt.
All right, we're good. She'll take a T-shirt.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you're welcome.
It's
You're
not too
welcome.
late. We're good.
If we don't have a size, come see me in my booth. Come, and then I got other shirts. So if you don't, oh, but if you don't, yeah, I've got one.
Right. Mike has more prizes. Like, yeah.
Yeah. By the way, if you guys want to challenge me to games of pinball in the Stern booth for prizes too throughout the rest of the show, come see me. But come see me after the show. Well, I was going to give you a prize for hitting you in the head anyway. So, well, you can still do that. All right, now we're going to do a Q&A. So if you guys have any questions about Stern Pinball, our careers, what we ate for lunch, anything you want, nothing's off limits except for the future.
Well, I know the future. I just can't tell you.
Yeah. No, you don't even know the future.
No, the lotto numbers. I know the lotto numbers for next week.
Oh, let's just give those to me.
All right.
We have a microphone up here.
Yeah, so
for
if you want to ask a question, go line up over there.
Yeah, just line up by the mic, and then we'll just take you guys in order.
What's wrong? Oh, okay. Yeah, because like the internet wants to hear you too.
Yeah. So my question is, I guess this is for both of you. For both of you, what is your favorite
5.
game you've ever worked on?
Go ahead.
Wow, that's a tough one to answer. To answer just one, because I like a bunch of different games for different reasons.
Well, then just like name one that you really like.
I'll say Stranger Things because it was my largest official design role, but I'm going to put an asterisk by there because I'll give you another answer. My favorite game that I've worked on with Dwight would be The Mandalorian.
Wow. So I get asked that question all the time, and there's no answer. That's like pick your favorite kid, right? Like Mike, pick your favorite kid, Mike. Mike's on the phone. Great. So I like them. Like, so often the answer is Game of Thrones or Star Trek Next Generation or Whodunit. Whodunit was the first game where I was a designer. So I have several answers depending on the day of the week and what I'm thinking about how you define favorite. Because I like, then I love Star Wars and I love Mandalorian.
Yeah, I'm the same way. Like Batman was my first project at Stern, and I got to work on that with Lyman. And we had a lot of collaboration, so it was real special. But my favorite one with Dwight is there's Mandalorian, but I could give you a couple other favorites for different reasons.
Right. So sorry, there's no great answer to that. Yeah. So I could name 7 or 10 if you want, but it doesn't help.
I think we're both pretty proud of everything we've done in our careers. I absolutely am.
And I'm always right now, the thing we can't talk about is the game I'm currently working on. Yeah. I love that because I'm always really excited about my current game. So forget the other ones.
Yeah, and I'm equally excited because I'm working on it with them. So and I really enjoy making games.
And so if you ask me again next year, it'll be that game.
Yeah. Okay. And you can, because I'll be here next year. I don't know if Dwight comes out here too. We'll do this again.
You ask him, he'll tell me. I'll give him the answer.
Yeah, I'll give you Dwight's answers if he's not here.
Okay. Next person in line.
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Angelo.
Yeah, my name's Angelo. I'd like to ask you 3 quick questions.
Okay.
First question is, how many employees roughly does Stern have? Directly employ?
Well, if you include the factory, it's
I don't know.
It's in the hundreds. If you include the factory.
It's more than hundreds, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I mean, just George alone, I think. So all I can really talk to is George's department. I work for George. George runs product development. He's executive vice president and creative director.
He's both our bosses.
Right.
Yeah.
And he, I think he's got about 50 people under him.
Sounds about right. Yeah.
And outside of that, I can't answer that.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it keeps growing. Every time I go there, which is rare because I still work from home, but I see new faces all the time.
Thank you. Average design team, how many members on the team?
I used to do, Mark Guidarelli and I used to do a talk on this. It's a large team because it's not just like a playfield designer, software engineers, and me helping with rules, but we have sound guys, mechanical engineers, electrical engineers, people that do the bills of material. We've got artists that do the cabinet art, the display art.
Do 1, 2, 3 on any of the games in there, and you'll see all of the names scroll by.
Yeah,
it's dozens of names.
It's many dozens. It takes a whole army to make these things. Yeah.
Oh, very cool. So maybe 30 people-ish?
I'd say it's more than that.
40.
Sure.
Yeah.
Very cool. And last question is, roughly how many pinball machines is Stern currently manufacturing a week?
Oh God, that's a question we can't. We can't really answer that question.
I don't really know.
Yeah, I don't know anymore either. But and plus we don't really divulge how many games we make at anything. But we have the capacity to make more per week, just the physical capacity and the means than anybody. We can churn them out quicker than anyone. Because we have a giant army of people working,
Michael Grant's better at that question.
And we've been doing it for Michael Grant. That's one that you might know.
Michael Grant says you can't talk about that. He's right.
We've been at it for 30+ years, so we're the best in the business when it comes to being able to produce them at high quality and high rate of speed.
Okay, sounds good.
Next person in line, please.
I'm gonna have to just watch the trucks leave Stern and count them all.
Yep.
There you go. And then you could tell us.
Jordan.
No, I'm Brandon.
Brandon, right.
Yes. You screwed it up again. All right. I got a few questions as well, but they're roughly the same to each other. If you two had a choice to pick a license to make a game of, do you know what it would be?
I do, but I won't tell it to you because I don't want somebody else to go out and get that license and cheat me out of doing it.
Fair enough.
But I've got a short list in my head of stuff that if I get to do a game someday as the lead designer, I would do it. I've got a short list of ones I would pick.
There's a handful of titles I would love to make.
Yeah.
And maybe we're making them, and maybe we're not.
Yeah. But I should have expected to not get an actual response to that question.
No?
No.
Fine. You can't ask about the future. So
that would be the future.
Just throw out all your questions about the future.
Yeah.
All right.
Remember that our knowledge ends with right now. Right this minute.
And what we do every day, day to day, and what we did in the past,
Yeah.
But so that's why I didn't know how many people work in the factory. And
right.
Okay. And I guess that may concern another question too. But what about if you had the choice to like? Okay, maybe this is quick. Okay, well, I'll ask it anyway. Would you consider going back and like making a sequel to a game that you made back in Williams? For example, if you made like a sequel to Junkyard or like a High Speed 3, for example.
Well, we did that with Black Knight and with Elvira.
Yep, right. I would love to make sequels sometimes. Sometimes that's a lot of fun.
Even if it's something like a, because there were a lot of games back that had conversion kits, like a second Funhouse or like a No Good Gophers 2.0.
Somebody the other day was wanting me to make a You Done It. I think it was Mark Guidarelli.
Oh, really?
Mark Guidarelli keeps asking me, "Hey, Dwight, when are you going to make You Done It, the sequel to Who Done It?"
Yeah. That was a fun game. It's
like as a conversion kit or like a whole entire machine?
No. Well, I don't want to do a conversion. It would be a brand new thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't like the conversion kits so much because like I don't want to sacrifice a classic to make a conversion kit. I want a brand new game that's all shiny and clean.
Yeah. The conversion kits don't make sense for us because of how much money we could almost make a new game just as fast.
Exactly.
I'd love to see a Junkyard 2.0 personally.
I would too.
It's my favorite game, so.
Oh, cool.
All right.
Next person, please.
Yeah.
Hi, I am curious about how you actually got into the work that you do, and with that, what would you tell a high school graduate who is looking to get into game design? What experience would they need to have?
My answer to that question is a pretty interesting one, but it's also long. So let Dwight go first because this is probably a shorter answer.
You can shorten it, right?
What?
So,
we got time. I mean,
so how did I get into the pinball business? And it's the same. It's your answer to the second question as well. I was way into pinball. Like I used to ride my bike and go play pinball, right? So then I went to college for something that would be applicable. I went to college to get a double ET degree. The degree doesn't matter much. You can get computer science. I mean, if you want to be a programmer, like me, you can get computer science or double ET or something applicable like that. But then make pinball machines as best you can. Like design rule sets on your own in your spare time, right? Come to a company like ours with look at all this cool shit I did, because that's exactly what I did. So I graduated from college, and long story short, I came to my interview at Williams. And I interviewed with Larry DeMar, Bill Futzenreuter, and Mark Panaccio, and I forgot my resume. Like I was so nervous. I was in my suit, but I brought all of the stuff I did. I brought my programs that I had written for games that I had programmed on the Commodore 64 and the Macintosh, and I brought like artwork that I had made and other rules and games and stuff that I was thinking about and making. And so I came with a portfolio, and they said, yeah, "Cool, you're in." And we do the same thing. We hire people all the time that come to us with, especially, I mean, the biggest example is Keith Elwin, right? Keith Elwin came to us with Archer, and it flipped great. He spent a couple years making it, and then so we took the chance with him, and then it paid off. And then similar story with Jack Danger and many others. So just if you want to be a game maker, make games, right? That's the key.
Yeah, my path was totally unplanned. When I was like 6 years old, the minute I could reach the flipper buttons on pinball in the 70s, my dad used to take me to this arcade at the end of the street. And then I would see the video games come in a few years later, and I fell in love with those two. Fast forward to when I'm in middle school, my cousin became the manager of that arcade, so I lived there literally like every day after school and all day Saturday. I was never home. My mom would just send kids to the arcade, my friends, to go find me when they came looking for me. I was really good at games, both pinball and video, at that young age because I spent so much time there, apparently training for a career I didn't plan for. When I was 24 years old, I was completely addicted to Mortal Kombat 2, and I was one of the best Mortal Kombat 2 players probably in the world at the time. It was a chance meeting at a punk rock concert. I was going to the bar to get a beer, and I saw a guy wearing a Mortal Kombat T-shirt, and you couldn't buy him anywhere. So I wanted to know where he got it, and I'm a super shy kid, young man. I don't talk to strangers, but I was so consumed with wanting to get that shirt off of him. I just go up to him. I'm like, "I like your shirt. Where did you get it? And can I have it?"
Creep.
And he said, "Yeah." It was bold, right? And he's like, "Who's this guy with the beer in his hand asking me this?" But he goes, "I work at Midway Games," and I said, "Get out of here, you do not." And he goes, "Look," and he pulls out his business card. His name was Bill Dabblestein. And I'm like, and my eyes lit up like a kid in a candy store. And I'm like, "Oh my God." I'm like, I'm probably one of the best Mortal Kombat players on the planet. And if you guys ever needed a game tester, I would love to do that for you guys. And he said, coincidentally, I'm working on a game that's going to need some testing very soon. Give me your number and I'll call you. Now, I thought he would just throw my phone number away the minute I turned around and walked away from him, but a month later, my phone rang and it was Bill. And he said, hey, do you remember me? I'm like, of course. He goes, if you're still interested in testing games for us, like, we're ready. I'm like, where, when, and tell me what time, where, and when, And he goes, all right, bring 2 friends. And I brought my girlfriend and one of my best friends. We were tested a game called Revolution X. That was my foot in the door for a career I didn't plan for.
Music is the weapon.
Yeah. So after that first time, they like, don't bring your girlfriend anymore because she didn't seem that into it. And then like, we'll bring in another guy. And they brought in this guy named Eddie Ferrier who tested the first 2 Mortal Kombat games. On our breaks, Eddie and I would play Mortal Kombat 2, to kill time. And we would draw a crowd of the developers that were like amazed at how good we were.
Did you beat him?
Yeah. Oh no, Eddie beat me way more than I beat him, but he was like the Keith Elwin of fighting games, Anyway, we drew a crowd, and all those developers said, we want you 2 guys to work on our games too. And I turned that into a career. So I'd lobbied that we were contractors for a while. I lobbied them into hiring us full time, which started a QA department. Eventually, I know this is getting long, but I'll wrap it up. Eventually, I worked my way up to do other things. And then I was still in love with pinball, and when I got burned out from from being around video games all the time, I would just go to play pinball in his office, his department all the time. And years later, George Gomez came and offered me a job I couldn't refuse, and I made my way back to pinball 5.5 years ago, I was hired to originally.
And we love it.
Originally, I was hired to mostly do testing at Stern, and my job has now evolved to where I do very little of that, and I help much more with developing the games. I do those expression lights. It's always changing, so it's a career I didn't plan for, but everybody that knew me thinks like, yeah, this is what you were supposed to be doing since you were a kid, My only advice I would give if your kid is into the video game side of the business, it's a grind, and it's a lot of long hours, and you lose your job a lot because it's a very volatile industry. So have a good plan B, and also be prepared to not grow roots in any one place, because if you're going to stick to that side of the business, you're moving a lot.
The number one thing he said, well, at least one of the ones that hit me is that's true, is video game design, video game development is a lot of hours. Those guys work 100-hour weeks. So
regularly.
You got to be ready for that. Week after week after week.
Yeah, I got out of video games largely because of that. Like, it was a young man's game at that point, and I'm like, well, I'm starting a family, and I never see that. I never see my fiance and the kids, like, at that point. So I'm like, I can't do this anymore. Like, I was just burned out. I'm like, when I was young and single, I didn't care about my free time, but when you get older, it becomes more important to have that balance. In pinball, we still work a lot of hours. It's a lot of hard work, but we have a lot of fun. Yeah. And it's nowhere near the grind that the video side is.
Yeah. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah. Sorry for my long-winded answer, but I tried to make that path as short as I could for the time.
Mike.
So, I love Easter eggs. And in the world of pinball, one of my favorite Easter eggs is the one that exists in my Williams Indiana Jones, which is the frog bonus that you can get. Now, what's cool about that is that was clearly a collaboration between 3 people: the programmer, the Chris Granner, the sound person, and the dot person. So they all collaborated to make this little hidden thing. And so my question is, do you put Easter eggs in your current Stern games? Do you collaborate? And if the answer is no, you should.
Wow. So I love putting Easter eggs in my games. I haven't put anything as cool as the frog in my game in a long time, the dancing frog. But I still try to put Easter eggs in my game. So, for example, in Munsters, this is a known thing now. In Munsters, there's a whole hidden mode, and so in the dashboard in the dashboard of those scores, there's 8 lights, and the 8 lights in ASCII are telling you your Easter egg code to put in.
Oh, come on. That's rough.
And then if you do it, it gives you a whole mode in the game.
When we were developing that game, he had to tell me how to do that because I don't even know. Like, I barely even know what ASCII is, But
right. So
he's like, it's figured out it's an ASCII. I'm like, I don't speak that.
And almost nobody figured it out. So
we did have in Stranger Things on the playfield itself, the actual wooden play. There's some. If you shine the UV light in certain places, we might have hidden some Easter eggs in that. And you also look under things. Like take your game apart and turn on the UV lights too.
Well, it's just never mind.
What?
Next question, please. Did it turn off? I think your mic turned off. Hold on, we got a tech support coming.
Yes.
There you go. Speak
Do
up.
I need to get. I need to
There
get
you
closer.
go.
Has there ever been a pinball machine you've worked on that you wish would have turned out better?
No.
Yeah, I'd say no. That's kind of like saying, do you like your children? You know?
Yeah, you're just taking
Yeah.
the other question and flipping on its head.
Yeah,
I see
no,
what you're doing. Yeah. So, I don't think I never
I'm
have.
legitimately like it's a total shoot. I'm legitimately proud of everything I've ever worked on.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. And yeah.
So Dwight, in one of your previous talks, I learned you made a board game. Could that ever happen again?
Oh. So I would love for it to happen again. So I'm a on again, off again board game design hobbyist. I've designed a game that got published. It was an award-winning game, like in that tiny little market called board gaming. What's really strange is like the board game world is very, very, very tiny compared to other worlds, and it's gigantic compared to pinball. So on again, off again, I love designing board games, and when I'm on, I think about designing new games. I always, every board game designer, every designer has 5 games on the back burner that they'd love to pull to the front burner at some point, and I have those as well. Nobleman is the game that you could buy probably today. There's only about 2,000 of them made. So I spent on again, off again. I spent like a dozen years working on Nobleman until it was finally won a contest and was published. And I made like $2,000 on it.
I didn't know you did this, and I've known you for like 20 years.
There's a copy of it in
That's awesome.
in my office.
When did the game come out? What year?
It came out in 2012.
That's awesome.
2012. Yep.
Hi, so a couple things. I have a Mando out on the floor. I was wondering if you guys would be willing to sign it.
I would love to.
Sure.
All right.
I don't have a pen or anything.
I don't
I got
either. You
three.
might
I got
use
three.
blood.
I got 3 in my pocket. I'll even let you choose the color.
Okay.
All right. Second one. I've actually been Jack Danger's mod for the last couple of years, so I'm aware of him, Dwight. And I'm just wondering, like,
Jack Danger's what?
Jack Danger.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna ask you about the code in a lot of your games for him.
I've never worked with Jack Danger.
He's got there's that dead flip code, the flipper code.
Oh,
that's got his little video.
I see.
Oh, it was bribery.
Well, have you seen Jack Danger? He's kind of tall, and he's threatening me. Yeah.
No, I thought it was bribery, really.
Right. No. I'm a sucker for just, hey, will you do this for me? And if I know you and you're a friend and you come and you say, hey, will you do this for me? There's a good chance I'll do it. So that's all he did.
I'm holding you to that next time I come up with something.
I'm not
I want in
adding
one of
an
our games.
MXV skill shot into the game.
The people
give
have
like
spoken. They want an MXV flipper code then.
No, I can do that. I don't mind. In fact, you probably have MXV codes.
I don't. No, I don't.
No, I bet you do. I'll show you. You do.
Okay. Oh, well, then it's news to me if we do.
All right.
Test. Oh, there we go.
There we go.
We do need a Mike Vinikour flipper code, but I just have a quick question. This is for Dwight. On Star Wars, I was just kind of curious, like, whose idea was it to blow up TIE fighters with the center button? Because I can tell you I've lost so many balls trying to get as many TIE fighters as possible.
I think that was my idea.
That was your idea?
totally
okay.
your idea.
I think it was my idea.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
But Steve liked it, which was kind of strange.
By the way, so what on that topic, So one trick I do like on games that you could use an action button, like in Godzilla for the heat ray.
Yeah.
I'll trap up on both flippers and I'll use my chin. Do not ever try to hit TIE fighters with your chin rapidly. Like
Right.
you'll knock yourself
That'd be
out.
crazy.
It's
right?
important safety tip, guys.
Yeah.
So follow up to that is though on Turtles, it was John's idea to do the pizza thing, and John sort of lives in this world, this weird temporal world.
Yeah.
Like his time for him is different than the rest of us, and I don't think he knows about the TIE Fighter one. But John wanted
Really?
to do to do a button smash, like eat pizza thing, and I'm like, cool, I know how to do that.
Cool. Thank you.
Yep.
Anybody else have any questions? No?
It was a good crowd.
Yeah, thank you all for coming. We really enjoyed this. If you guys think of any questions later, I don't know where Dwight will be hiding, but I'll be in the Stern booth for the rest of the Stern and Marco booth for the
I'll
rest
be
of the
signing
show.
autographs for $50 a pop in the back corner. No, thanks everybody.
All right, thank you, everyone.
I don't think there's an off switch.
All right, thanks everybody who was watching on the stream. We're going to go ahead and shut down for the night. This is the end of the stream for Geek Gamer TV from the seminars at the Northwest Pinball Show of 2022. However, we are still streaming over on Twitch. The tournaments are going to run all the way through tomorrow. I know the ladies' finals tonight, and then the main bracket is tomorrow. Those are going to be some good tournaments. You should check them out on Twitch. I think it's twitch.tv/geekgamertv. So go check them out. It's worth it. We'll talk to you later.